anytime you want, sir.
Please, Mr.
Just quickly here. Yeah, go ahead, Ed. Go ahead.
This country right now, and it's pretty cool that our stock market's up. We got data plants being built all over the U.S. and people are making money. So and families are going home. And people get up the road. I like it. I just love the way the country's moving. That's all I want to hear.
You're so MAGA. I hate the fact that I'm a Democrat and I'm jealous. Well, I mean, Jesus said don't be jealous, but sometimes it's hard. Mr. Edward, you're an awesome human being. And I appreciate everything you do for your community. Because I know, you and I have had extensive conversations about, what you do for your community.
Can I be honest, though?
I think you're go ahead, Mr. Pepe.
I won't say like Jesus would be a fucking socialist hippie like in real life. I'm just saying. He'd have his strong boundaries, but he's maybe this is a difference in religious interpretation. Now, I'm not going to say like the Catholics have the right way to interpret Christianity. It's never been my goal. Is that once again, I'm not a religious person. I have a great deal of skepticism, and I don't. As a non-religious person, I look at a lot of this stuff as being when it comes to religion, as being somewhat silly. So. With that being said, I
feel you, man.
Hold on. But I feel like Jesus was kind of like with the Catholics, it's just like the self-sacrifice to like care for the sick and the poor, the downtrodden, all of that stuff, and I forget my original point. God damn, I kept on getting interrupted. But
maybe you're fine.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Tables, and the other thing that
Listen, lady. Listen, Bridget.
Lady.
Yeah, please give me a second, lady. Bro, Pepe, in all reality, we have our own belief systems and how I believe in Jesus, how I believe in Jesus. If Jesus hung out with me right now, I'd make him a pork chop sandwich and he could put some hot sauce on it. It's pork. Or you can't do that. That's not
a Christian belief.
Yeah, well, Jesus loved my pork chop sandwich because I can make a really good one.
No, it's more like I still don't remember my original point. Holy shit, I hate it.
Well, you were talking about belief systems, and you were asking a question about yes.
So, hello, universe. Hello, Ali, Wally, Beaver, Bridget. I hope all of you here. Universe or Ali, you want to share anything before I present something?
Oh, go ahead. I just wanted to say that, Bridget, I've been listening the last 30 minutes. You are talking too much and not listening to other words, okay? Just be cool. Yeah, Ed, go ahead.
Because I do study the scripture, both Old Testament and New Testament, I just want to present some things to us. This right here is Passion Week. I don't know if you guys know that, but some people get ready. Last Sunday was Palm Sunday, and they actually put palms down as he was riding into Jerusalem last Sunday. And it took only 7 days for them to go, Hosanna, Hosanna, King of the Jews, celebrating him riding in on a donkey. And then they put him before the council and committed the man to be crucified. But most people today are, unfortunately, not what I call scripturally literate. We talk about stuff, but not really read it. So there's one thing that the scripture says to us. If a man does not work, created you in my image. I sent you to the planet, to the womb of your mother, where you were fearfully and wonderfully made. I actually put talent inside of you. And now you have decided that you any of the talents I gave. And God said, if I don't use my talents, I don't work. God himself in scripture says that Edward should not eat. And unfortunately, I would say to you that our country feeds people who are non-productive. So what we've done, we have now put people on the back of other people, meaning that even our Constitution, the three documents that we have, says that we hold these truths to be self-evident. You hear the word self-evident? That all men are created equal, not born equal. Just hear me. No, it says not born equal.
Under the eyes of the Lord.
Hold on, Bree. Let me just finish my point. Okay? Yeah, I got it. I know where we're at. It says, and we are all.
You just got me excited. I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. Unalienable rights, right? So we have rights to what? To life.
Can I ask a question real quick? What are you defending right now?
No, you can't. Let him fucking finish. Like, we were all quiet.
I just really don't know where we
No, but we are. God damn it.
I think you said yes. So
He did not say yes.
Curse God over it. Like, come on, man.
Okay, hold on, guys. I did tell her yes. So Bridget, you asked me. I'm not defending anything. Actually, I'm presenting something, and you answered one of the questions. You said they should eat. So my presentation is that I'm going to the room titled "The Hottest Country in the World" because we have three documents: the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and our supreme law of the land, the Constitution. It's not Donald Trump. I want people to understand that the supreme law of the land is our Constitution, not a person. I don't know why we missed that, but it says this in our preamble that we the people hold these truths to be self-evident. Unfortunately, I meet a lot of Americans that have no self-evident truth of who they are. They want someone else to bail them out of whatever challenge they've chosen, and now they have a problem, and now they're looking for help. Okay? So you have a right to life. Wasn't given to you by government or a man. You have a right to liberty. Wasn't given to you by government or man. In whatever you choose to pursue, and I'm going to land on this guy, whatever you, as an individual person, choose to pursue, that's what's going to make you happy. That's your own intellectual property. That's your intellectual property. That's all it is. Okay? So at the end of the day, why should one American take from another American of an American not being productive? So what Pepe said is, I personally do not believe that no one in the New Testament or Old Testament, go back to King Solomon, King David, they were kings. They were not poor people. Abraham was very rich, okay? All New Testament people, Jesus did not ask 12 people to follow him that was just some broke dudes. If you go back and study it on your own, they were all business people. They were men of means. You cannot walk away for 3.5 years and follow Jesus and not be able to live right. 3.5 years in public ministry, okay? And they actually had a treasurer. Do anybody know who the treasurer was? Is it 12?
Okay, let's just end this. Well, thank you.
Hold on.
You've been on the.
Yeah, Ali, hold on.
Holding on. You're just going to just slandered, man. I gave you my time.
Shoot him in the face.
No, you're not going. You're not. Okay, hold on. First of all, you got your.
Wait, is it your time, our time, or God's time?
Let him finish and then you can go.
Well, maybe next half an hour. Hopefully, sure.
Well, Edward, I'm sure Edward's going to wrap up really shortly. Then, I get it, but I mean, just let him. He was being talked about this whole time. So just, if you could please let him finish. And
Yeah, thank you, Pepe.
We said Beetlejuice and Mr. Edwards.
So all I was saying, because Pepe made a comment, I just gave you different information. Chris made it with 2 words. Whatever Edward read, he would have less of. Now, Ali, I land.
Thank you, Ed. You've got a few things wrong in here. Number 1, the phrase that you read, that's from, you should know that. Just go read it. Read the people of the United States. in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice. And I'm saying this from the top of my head, and the rest of it. So that is what you read is not the preamble to the Constitution.
No, it was a preamble to war.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
No, it was a declaration.
There are not three documents that actually are legal documents there. The Constitution is comprised of two separate sections. One is the three articles of the running the business of the government, and then you've got the Bill of Rights. The whole two things in its entirety is called the Constitution of the United States. Okay, they're not three documents. There's only one document, the Constitution of the United States. And so you just got to get some of the basic stuff. If you're going to pretend to be a teacher, you need to understand and know your facts. As a matter of fact, hold on a second. I can from the top of my head, I have memorized all 10 amendments.
There's 27, thank you.
No. The Bill of Rights. Okay, you have no idea what you're talking about.
The Bill of Rights is 10 amendments. He's right. He said he's got the.
He is right. He is right.
Yeah, the Bill of Rights are the first amendments that actually were introduced initially, and they had to be ratified fairly quickly to get ratification from the 13 states. Now, in the Ninth Amendment, Madison thought that these are not the only rights that people may have. So put an amendment in there, basically saying that something to the effect, the enumeration of certain rights in the Constitution shall not be.
I so want to fight right now.
Hold on a second. Okay, you're not you're talking. I don't know your compliment, you're against me, I'm not sure. The point that I'm trying to make, Madison and founding fathers, they knew there were going to be more rights as society progresses. So there's the Ninth Amendment that provides a bridge for the rest of the 17 amendments to be added to the amendment. Okay? So the point is here is you got to go back, read a little bit more, scratch your head, and then maybe we can have a conversation about it. Now, I don't know what the jibber jabber you were making about the
Have you ever stood up for the Constitution?
Did I let you finish?
No, you did not. You interrupted me. Hold on, you interrupted me, Ali. I can't hear Ali, hold on, Ali. You interrupted me when I was talking. Now I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you. You know why I'm going to interrupt you? Hold on, bro. Hold on, please.
You should come from a place of knowledge. I don't want to hear
What?
Okay.
A place of knowledge?
Ali, hold on 1 second. Breathe, come on. Ali, I want to ask you a simple question, okay? When the Declaration of Independence was written, was it part of the Constitution? I'm asking a question.
No, the Constitution, the way we look at it right now, the Constitution.
No. Don't do that. I'm asking a simple question. No, I'm not going to let you finish because you're not going to go down a dollar child. I'm going to ask a simple question. I want you to give me a simple answer. When the Constitution of the United States in Philadelphia was done, was there a Declaration of Independence and a Bill of Rights separate from those documents? Yes or no, bro? You're not being disingenuous. You're being disingenuous. No, I'm not going to. No, you know why? Because you're being disingenuous. You know why you're being disingenuous? Because you know what I didn't say? I didn't say anything wrong about the information I was providing. I could have misplaced them where they are, but what you decided to do was tell me that someone was not knowledgeable and I need to scratch my head. Do you know that's insultful? Do you understand that? I did not insult you ever. Not one time. Never spoke down to you, but you decided to interrupt me while I was talking, which is not very kind. But you said I should be nice when I talk to you. Number one, the reason why I interrupted you because you decided to come on a platform and correct someone, okay, versus saying, you know what, hey, the guy gave some information that's probably not normally on Clubhouse. That's all. You don't need to correct it. Just add to the value.
Okay, are you done? Okay, here is my point that I'm trying to make. You presented the information incorrectly. There are not three documents. That's number one. Declaration of Independence is separate from the totality of the Constitution. And also what you recited is not a preamble to the Constitution of the United States. It is from Declaration of Independence. That's point number one. Now, point number two, now when we look at the Constitution, the Constitution, the first part, the 7 articles of the Constitution, and the first 3, and the rest of it being running the business of the government, separation of the church, how to run the 3 branches of government. Now, the Bill of Rights, which is 10 of them initially, that is what was added to the Constitution later on, and it was ratified. So,
what do you know about Article 1, Article 2, and Article 3 of the Constitution? I'm asking you because you sound like you're really smart.
Where are we going to steer the conversation? This is stupid.
Brady, what is wrong with you, man? Hold on a second. So chronologically, the Constitution.
Oh, you're talking crap about America, and I'm going to defend it.
The Bill of Rights were ratified later. Actually, it took about 7 years from the Constitution being written down and ratified till the Bill of Rights actually was ratified by the 13 states. So it took about 7 years for that to occur. So chronologically, there were 2 documents. The first document, and then the second document. But in totality, they're not 2 documents. There's only 1 document where we talk about it, and that is the Constitution.
Dude, are you just this big of a blowhard, or do you have a guy? You make your point, bro.
He's trying to explain literally the history of America to you, and you're like, are you this far of a blowhard? You have to explain all 84 of the Federalist Papers? Do you really need all of that, like, fucking runway? Yes, that is America. Hello, hi.
Well, thank you, Bridget. I appreciate that. And Bree, do you know what she talked about, the Federalist Paper? Do you know what that is?
Well, I'm personally an anti-federalist. If you ask me,
that's okay.
They would call me SpongeBob SquarePants.
Being an anti-federalist, it does not answer my question. I'm asking you, do you know when Bridget talked about Federalist Paper, what she's talking about?
Yeah, the Federalist Paper and the Anti-Federalist Papers.
No, there's literally
I'm literally an anti-federalist.
You don't understand. Tell me what are the Federalist Papers? Can you tell me the history?
Well, that was Madison that did the Federalist Papers.
That was Jay Hamilton
and Madison, and they split, and they used to be best friends, and they hated each other at the end of their lives.
So let me give you a little education here. Now, I'm sure Ed will agree with me here.
Sorry, Richard, we're not centering you anymore. We're centering all of you.
84 articles that were written anonymously by Madison, Jay, and Hamilton a year, 12 months before the ratification of the Constitution. What they were trying to do by writing these papers, publishing,
I love 8th grade, like civics class all over again.
It's the most robust and rich document.
Dude, 1988, no crap. I was 13.
Okay, I think I'm wasting my time trying to educate you. Anyway.
So who won? Who was right, guys? What's the verdict?
No, it's not being right or wrong. I think Ed's points are, well taken. I know what he's trying to say, but I think there were some minor
our conversation got derailed, and so it doesn't matter.
Well, Bree was derailing everything, actually. So anyway, I'm here to learn. Somebody can keep.
Bro, my name is Brian. Why you gotta be a jerk? Do I have to say it's Brittany, bitch? Like, what's that all about?
You act like a Brie cheese. You open your mouth too often. Okay. So
creamy.
All
these talking shit.
So anyway, the point is, I'm here to.
Yeah, let him go. Let him go.
But Bree, man, you talk like a 3-year-old with a serious diaper rash. every 5
I had a slight speech impediment when I was growing up.
So your mommy will change your diaper every 3 months.
Sounds like he has a dad who's late on child support.
This is so fucking retarded. Listening to this bullshit that's gone back and forth, like I've totally lost interest.
Should we go back to what you were doing, Pepe? Should we just? It was more fun.
So can I, go ahead.
Just trying to figure out if I'll either. Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out if I'll either fuck Bree or Bree or fuck Ali. Because they've been arguing so much, you know? I mean.
I'm a heterosexual man, so no reach around.
So Bree is going to be on top, Ali's going to be on the bottom.
Oh, William, hi.
Okay, hello, Joe.
Hi, Edward.
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm not a perfect human being, I can acknowledge that. Come into a space and just call out stuff because you can doesn't mean shit. That's all. But what I was trying to do was respond to Pepe talking about socialism, of what he thinks that Jesus would probably be if he was here. That was the actual original topic. And that's what I was addressing. And you did not address any of the scriptural topics, Ali, that I was talking about. You addressed the actual constitutional facts, which is perfectly fine. You have that choice. But at the same time, I'm not an arguer. I'm not trying to argue. And Bridget, I don't know why you decided to put in the chat. He's loud and black. I don't know where that comes from. Maybe it's just kind of crazy that you would actually type that. That it actually came to your brain and you actually typed it. It's just, it's pretty interesting. But it's
What does that even mean? You're louder than black?
Yeah. What does that mean?
What does it even mean?
So,
guys, it's okay. I know you don't read the chat, but I do read the chat. And that's where I'm most of the time trying to find out what's happening in the space.
no, only when I'm on stage. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But this is what all I want to say. I come in peace. I don't have any beefs with anybody. Not trying to win any awards. Not trying to prove anybody right or wrong. All I want you to know, Ali, I've never seen you before. Don't know you, but I come in peace, bro. And you could say that I put the wrong thing in the Declaration of Independence, this and that. That's okay. Guys, I don't think, Ali, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ali, how many times have you actually had a conversation around any of our documents in this space? That's all I want to know from you, and then I'm going to play.
Okay, so let's just think about this. You're suggesting, what do you think the responsibility of a government is towards
To protect his people.
Yeah, well, that's one of them. Edward, what do you think?
This is my understanding at 62 years old. It says we hold these truths to be self-evident. Our documents that we should have limited government. I believe in self-government. There's not a mayor, a senator, a congressperson, a governor, nor a president that is more important than Edward in our documents. Do you understand that?
Okay, the first thing, we the people of the United States.
Well, Mr. Edward is we.
That is not in the Constitution.
No, he is we, like just as I am.
Independent.
We are the people.
It's not in the Constitution of the United States.
Well, no, that's a declaration of war.
At least,
Why are you getting stuck on the Declaration of War?
so Edward, tell me, what are your thoughts?
Oh, wow. Are you just going to continue to attack Mr. Edward?
Hello?
Bro, Beaver, that's mean.
Okay. So,
Ali,
let me
hold on. Ali, 1 second. Hold on. No, but you can't tell me anything. You can't
Well,
tell
you can't tell me anything either.
I'm not telling you anything. I'm not.
Anything either. So just
Ali,
why-
I never told you,
You can't
Ali.
tell me anything either.
I never told you
You can't
anything.
tell me
I'm
anything.
not.
telling me
You know what I
something right
said?
now.
No, I'm talking about Edward. Can I talk about it?
Edward, sure.
I'm talking about Edward.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Because I did not come on this stage to center Ali. That's not what I did at all. by a government. Okay? I don't know where this concept comes from, but so many people in America keep thinking that there's some savior coming. The reason why we have the United States is because we wanted to get away from the state, wanted to get away from central government. That's why we divorced Great Britain. That's why we did it. We got away from King George III for a reason, because we did not want a king, a potentate, a queen, a president, a governor, anyone to rule in his family.
Okay, so Ali is talking to Ali. Edward was talking to Edward. That's kind of interesting. So Ali is talking to Ali. Ali says,
No, only you came in here.
what Ali heard a minute ago, that is not part of the, that is
You
not
centered
part of the
yourself and ruined our whole
That is from the
conversation, interrupted
declaration
Mr. Edward. It just
that
wrecked
is-
everything,
That
dude.
is the declaration.
That's
of
what you did,
independence,
brother.
Not
So
the
enjoy it.
Constitution.
Speak.
Now,
Well, you know what I mean? But like there was Bridget and now there's Ali.
Right.
So,
Stop. Let him. God damn it. Why are you guys?
let me tell you
There's a back and forth going between those two people. Why aren't you guys just shutting the fuck up and letting them have their fucking discourse? Like this is so retarded.
Because it sounds retarded to listen to it.
Let me recite to you.
Yeah, we're having all these.
Not to everyone else. The preamble to the Constitution. This is exactly, it's one paragraph. It's short, and I've memorized it. Now listen to what they thought the responsibility of government ought to be. We, people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for common defense, and promote the general welfare, and secure the blessing of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Okay? So,
Hey, Joe B, you understand how much I threw up in my mouth a little bit because he said that?
okay, promote.
Let him finish. Jesus Christ.
Yes, thank you for that. So again, those are four things, and also promoting the general welfare of each citizen. So there are embedded some responsibilities.
Yeah, that's not
government
food stamps.
has. Okay, I'm gonna leave it over here. I can't talk with this.
Yeah, take your EBT card and go to
Unless
Well, that's ridiculous. Let him finish. Jesus Christ. This is a fucking conversation between. Hold on. This is a conversation between Edward and everybody else. Just shut the fuck up. Like, I'm not saying anything when I get triggered. Everybody, just shut up. Let them have their back and forth.
Okay, thank you, Pepe. So the point that I was making is just the preamble of the Constitution and the promoting the general welfare of the citizens is in the preamble to the Constitution. And the law of the land is not the Declaration of Independence. The law of the land is the Constitution, and I gave you the way it's been composed and the sections of it. So the question is, what are the responsibilities of the government? And it's pretty much in the preamble that I presented to everyone. And but we can stop here Ed, if you wish, but then we can move on to something else.
I don't have anything more to add.
Okay, then let me just say this. I think the title is U.S., the hottest country in the world. It seems to me that is probably a correct claim and assertion for four reasons. Number one, the United States is the wealthiest nation on the face of the earth. Probably around 40% of the entire globe's wealth is owned by an American company. There is nobody comes even close. That's number one. Number two, our military is the biggest, largest, the more advanced military on the face of the earth. As a matter of fact, our military budget is around close to $1 trillion. You have to add up the budget of the next 9 advanced countries right behind us to add up to the United States budget. So military-wise, we are number one. There's no competition there, no ifs or buts about it. Number three is technologically, I would say this country, the United States, it's probably everyone else. And I would say probably China probably following us closely. but I have not seen any country to become number one or to take over or become number one in the technological field. And number four, and the most important one, is the one Ed and I talked about, our Constitution. Foundationally, we have the documents, the Constitution, at least in principle, that that is the law of the land. And it's a fantastic document. Nothing like it exists. Particularly if you think about 250 years ago. This year is the anniversary of 250 years of the Declaration of Independence, 4th of July. And so based on these four reasons, I think the country is number one. People may not like it, at least in principle, I would say. Now here's the question. The question is, how is it and how come this greatness of this great country of ours does not necessarily translate to the well-being of its citizens in the healthcare area, in education, in infant mortality, in longevity, in number of people being in jail, and you can probably name the rest of it. When we compare and contrast the plight or well-being of our citizens in this country to other countries, particularly European countries, we fall short of, actually on the list, on some of these matrix that I gave, we come up with number 10, number 15, number 12. So in a sense, our greatness of our country does not translate into a well-being of our citizens. And we can think about the homelessness, we can talk about the drug issues, we can talk about the poor people and healthcare and the rest of it. So that is where there's disconnect. And our languages and also the disparity between the wealth of the people, 1% that we all talk about, and the 99%. So there is something, it doesn't quite add up in terms of the greatness of the country does not translate necessarily to the well-being of its citizens.
Well, thank you, Ali, for that NLP ESL submission. I hope that you've improved your English language communication skills by telling us these four important things. Landon,
There's a serious conversation. He's just derailing it. You just move on.
No, and I apologize for being a dick because I appreciate what you shared. It's just we are having a conversation and you totally just shit on it. But I appreciate your shit.
Universe. I'd like to also mention that in the Constitution, our freedom of speech and young men, short midget frog boys like Pepe, who have that freedom to say the N-word.
Don't disrespect Pepe like that. Really.
It's just stunning, the level of ignorance. And we had two examples of that on the stage in terms of understanding the topics. And in this case, everyone we're talking about the Constitution, Declaration of Independence. And then just come up just utter nonsense. Things that doesn't, make any sense at all. For example, the man who talked about the free speech and the First
Who are you attacking now?
Well, that's what?
I was just wondering who you were attacking now.
No, I wasn't attacking anyone. Actually, I was just talking about the man came on the stage and was attacking Pepe in terms of his freedom of speech in the First Amendment. I wanted to ask the man, what is the First Amendment? What's in it? I can tell you from the top of my head. I memorize.
Yeah, bring John back up.
So we could ask him, what his thoughts about the First Amendment. And I bet you anything, he has no idea what he's talking about.
I mean, I can give it a guess.
Bring him up. Can you bring him up, favor? Bring him up. I want to hear him.
Matt, can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. All right, just double checking.
Can you bring John back up? I really want to hear Ali debate John.
Please. Why? What would you hear?
Do you really want to hear that torture?
As long as he keeps it serious, I want to hear it too.
All right, fine. Come on up, Kitover. Okay, so
Hey, how'd that transfer go, Stippy?
let's just clarify. I'm answering Ali, but the answer is, what is the First Amendment
of the U.S. Constitution. The First Amendment says, Ali, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of any complaints or grievances you might have. Or you can come to Clubhouse like you and just complain here all day long. Hell,
Did the was there a violation? Did they rule that the conversion therapy, something about conversion therapy, was a violation in Colorado? Like banning it was a violation?
No, the Supreme Court has actually took that into consideration. They have the Congress. Congress means they hear actually what the opposing sides are saying. But the ruling is going to come out in June or July time.
I think it's great news because we're going to be able to help gay atheists now. Finally, all these goth, LGBTQ, trans, atheist, homosexuals, we'll be able to convert them back to normal society standards, which means no more sucking dicks or putting dicks in your asshole or any other.
Yeah, it looks like you're talking about the first-hand experience. You're so passionate about it.
Practicing my freedom, my First Amendment freedom.
Okay. Yeah, so here, you went. First, let me just finish here. Okay, guys, you went out there and actually looked it up and read it to us. That's number one. I wanted to ask him immediately. I wanted to ask him what is the Second Amendment. I wanted him to recite it. And now he's going to look it up. But once it comes up, the testing on at least the first, the Bill of Rights, the 10 Amendments, to see what
So the point of that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, what do you want to listen to them for? I mean, I don't think anybody can really reference it from recite it verbatim. I mean, we all know what 1 and 2 are.
Sure, it's not necessary, but the point is what we're trying to make. He came on the stage, he made reference to the First Amendment and also attacked it in a bad way, actually, that why and how come he's not exercising his First Amendment to do certain things. So or whatever, he found it, which is good. Maybe he gets an education. Probably this is the first time he's ever read. So it's a good thing. Something good came out of this thing. And
it's just crazy. Anyway, he probably already knew that. He's just crazy. He's just weird. But I mean, he takes shits on camera, wipes boogers on his shirt on camera. He's just a weird dude, but he knows a lot of stuff.
Good for him. That's good.
So, Ali, where do you teach at?
There's a lot interesting to listen to John while you're taking a shit than before what the conversation was.
So I looked at your bio, Ali, and you look like a professor.
I'm not a professor, but I just most everybody on the stage. I have been curious and have an interest in learning things in some areas a lot more robustly than other areas, but I'm not a professor. But
a lot of us that have conversations on this app, we aren't shit. Like, we are not academics, so it's fine.
I just
Ollie, you've been
curious.
around here for 5 years. Ollie, you're OG Clubhouse. You've been here 5 years or more.
Yeah, I started during the COVID, actually. I forgot, like 22, 4 or 5 years. I'm not sure. Off and on there.
What I'll say is this really weird paradox that's happened to me. It was me personally. Like, I'm somebody who I had to watch Black Lives Matter. I had to, even before BLM and the pandemic, like, I was somebody who was like, oh, holy shit, this woke rhetoric, all of this bullshit, it's gone way too far. And of course, I'm talking like 7 years ago. Like, I was like, yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I think there's like a narrative that needs to be told that's not being told. Because at the end of the day, nobody in the left can agree, or not agree, I should say, be able to prove that their narratives were even remotely true. And that's what really bothered me. And like, here we are today. I was somebody who was like, I wish there was like this mass adoption of like views that I held. And today it's just like, holy shit, there obviously is. Things that were like completely taboo and off topic 6 years ago are like super mainstream. And you know, I don't know how to feel about it. It's like, on the one hand, I'll listen to a lot of these energetic youngsters, and they want to, in a way, I look at them as just rebelling for the sake of, you know, being, rebellious. And I don't know.
Right?
Yes, yeah, exactly. And so, like, if you look at, like, generations from the 60s up until, guessing the late 2000 and teens, being punk rock, left with, you know, somewhat on the left, was rebellious. Now it's just like, oh, holy shit, yeah, fuck trannies, fuck immigrants, fuck non-white people. We are really going to go against the grain. And to an extent, they're like, obviously, you kind of should have seen that coming. Why wouldn't they? And the other thing that's somewhat remarkable is if you look at the younger generations of Americans, there's like this very multi-ethnic coalition of people that push it back against the shit. Whether it's, I mean, look at all of the people in the social media sphere. Whether it's, you know, faggots like, I don't call him a faggot, but I just have a lot of contempt for this Andrew Tate, Sneeko, Nick Fuentes, I forget the name of the Pakistani retard that always holds spaces on X. You know, it's basically, what's ironic is you get this like white nationalist, almost Nazi-esque like movement that is literally inhabited by people of like different backgrounds. And I think a lot of it is just like them like it is them just kind of like gaming the system, wanting to, you know, chase clout. I don't know how sincere these beliefs are, but even when it comes to like countries like Israel, most people are not like really that tuned in politically. The vast majority of people, and they'll hear things about Israel and Muslims bad, which a lot of them are absolutely bad. But we were told to like buy into this narrative and how it ties into the foundation of our faith, all of this bullshit. And none of us like really think too much of it. It's just like if something's repeated enough, any slogan or any narrative, the everyday people who are not paying close attention are going to buy into it. And that's kind of like what we've been seeing for decades. And we have the Zionist lobby that's largely Christian and Jewish. And these people are, and I know Edward, he was on here, he's a Christian Zionist. It was almost all bullshit. And it's been bullshit for a long time. And what's really weird, and I guess what's really pissed me the ever-living fuck off in comparison, you know, maybe in comparison to other people on this app, is that I was somebody who was always in these alt-right spaces, and I would, I would debate, and I would have to Jews all the fucking time. I'm not a fucking Jew. I'm not somebody that, I only did it because I felt like there was a reason why I had to. If they made false claims about them or they're overgeneralizing, I defended them. Much in the way that a lot of people like, all niggers are subhumans and monkeys and whatever. It's like, no, I mean, Justice Clarence Thomas, to be really fair, has done a lot more for America than most white men have done for the past century. So, no, you can suck a fucking dick. And then what's really kind of like the most embarrassing and hard thing to bear witness to is them kind of like fulfilling every anti-Semitic trope and Nazi conspiracy theory by buying up the goddamn media in the United States, trying to pass Orwellian anti-free speech laws in order to protect themselves, a whole bunch of bullshit. And I'm just like thinking to myself, like, Jesus Christ, are you guys, is there, and this is where it really, I've never hated Jews. And this is where it starts to become like hard. It's just like, are you really the people that, who's right or who's wrong? Are you the people that deserved how you were treated, or is this a fluke? And what was really hard, kind of like coming to terms with what I was saying, is just like, why are you guys doing this to yourselves? Like, I almost feel like there should be like, I don't know, like an intervention. Like, why?
Can I say something real quick? So, I understand what you're coming from. I understand what you're saying. And I know what you've done for the Jewish community. Anybody who's known you understands what you've done in the past. And I would say if anybody should have the right to question, you've taken your ass whoopings here. But it was, I would say quite recently, I had a Jewish buddy of mine. He said, Steve, I want you to take a step, I want you to take a look at the AI-generated Adolf Hitler translation. And, I listened to it, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then he goes, instead of with Jewish, put it with, like for Muslims, right? And if you were to hear, if you were to ask AI to take out the word Jew from Adolf's speech and put it in Muslim, if you was to play that today, it would almost sound how a lot of Europeans, Americans, parts of Canada feel about it. And then he goes, Steve, he goes, it sounds really anti-Semitic as fuck, but he goes, that's what Hitler was talking about. And I understand what you're saying. I'm not anti-Semitic, but I'm a Catholic man too. But own up accountability when people have questions like that. You're around the same age as me, and for how many years, how many decades did a person who identify as Catholic would owe Catholic Church, whether it's, with molestation cases, sexual rape cases, that the Vatican very clearly showed accountability, and if they did, it was so minute they never really went public unless a journalist dived into it. When Israel, and that's why I got called anti-Semitic when Israel, when America went in and bombed the nuclear sites. Okay, I remember hearing someone make a comment. Well, Israel came to the U.S. and said, we don't have the bunker bombs. This is going to be a problem. I made a comment. I said, why didn't? If it was me, I would have told Israel. I was like, well, expend everything that you can, because this is something that your agency is identifying. Our agency isn't. Okay. And from what I've been hearing, on a multitude of different sites, not just pro-Israel sites, pro-Christian sites, and someone goes, "You're anti-Semitic." I was like, "No." I said, Israel comes to America and says, "Hey, we need this done." From how I interpreted it, me personally, I would have said, "Hey, then utilize your ordinance, and if you can't execute the mission, then yes, we'll come in and help you." But no, it went straight to America, hitting them with the bunker bombs, and then escalated a 12-day war. And that's where I get called anti-Semitic for having opinions. I understand Israel's our ally. I understand the footprint that they have there. I understand who they are to us, but sometimes there is that leader of question that I don't think anybody like Pepe, for having those questions or asking those questions, should be targeted immediately for being called anti-Semitic. Thank you, Pepe.
And that's kind of like the biggest problem is that, like, okay, so when you criticize them, it's anti-Semitic, amazing. I really don't give a fuck about that word. But it's at the end of the day, it's just like, okay, so we have to go along with everything you guys want, otherwise it's anti-Semitic. It's just really like frustrating to see how there are so many of us on this right. Even the late Charlie Kirk, he was somebody that absolutely was against us in June doing what they did. You obviously would have been extremely against this war. But we're told, hey, if you point out why Israel would, or in reality, why they were the main drivers of this war, it's anti-Semitic. And it's just like, what I don't get is it's like every time we're supposed to listen to a faggot like, Greenblatt, if everything's anti-Semitic, despite like how obvious it is that they're wrong, why should we take any claims of anti-Semitism seriously from these people? And it's like they're doing themselves like a huge disservice, and it's kind of nerve-wracking. And for me personally, like I said, I came kind of more from the far right, and I was always debating the people that believe in the JQ and thought Jews are these horrible specimens that may or may not be human. They're just crazy people. But I stand up for them, and it's just like, holy shit. are you guys really going to dig into every fucking negative anti-Semitic trope at this time? And part of me wonders, like, I do think that perhaps Donald Trump is looked at as being perhaps either the last president that will do Israel's bidding, or, you know, he's yeah, I don't know. It's just, sorry, I was reading something. Yeah, I don't even know what to think of this.
Well, Pepe. Hold on. I do have a question for you because I wasn't here. When did you and I have a conversation about my belief system?
Who, me?
No, this was Pepe.
Since I first met you.
Okay. Several years ago. You and I had a conversation about my belief system?
When it comes to race and personal responsibility, yes, absolutely.
No, but I'm talking about my belief system. What I actually believe.
I mean, you're ever since I met you, you were telling me how about, you know, basically personal responsibility and how you're married. You know, I believe the term you used was no betting before the wedding. You would, you know,
Sick of these Trump
it's all going
supporters.
back like fucking several years ago. Like your belief system, I think, has rather been consistent despite who you talk to.
Okay, but I saw in the chat that you said I was a fake Christian.
Who said that?
You.
You did. I posted it as soon as you said it, Pepe. Maybe you didn't realize it.
You said,
I never said he was a fake Christian.
you said fake Zionist Christian. Do you remember that?
Fake
Maybe.
Zion- You can't be a fake Zionist Christian.
I know, that's why it stood out. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the context? You typed
That
that
was
in
really
there,
weird.
Pepe?
Maybe you don't remember saying it, but you did say something like that.
So Pepe, let me. I said.
I've always said, my personal belief is that Christian Zionists are not real Christians.
Okay.
In terms, they have in other words, if their Christianity is what causes them to be both Zionist, I don't think they're real Christians. And this is where I'm just going to be very judgmental. I consider a lot of evangelicals in particular and a lot of Protestants to be not Christian.
I got it, Pepe. So Pepe, first of all, I shared this with you before. The term Christian is only mentioned 3 times in the New Testament. There are 66 books in the whole Bible. The 3 times it's mentioned is derogatory. Jesus never called himself a Christian. Jesus never called himself a Catholic. He never called himself from the first church square. He didn't do any of that. None of the disciples did. None of the Old Testament saints did. They did not call themselves, quote unquote, religious people. You have decided to give people labels. Okay? And I asked you the other day, where in the Bible does the word Zion land? What does it mean in the Bible? Not what the secular world talks about. Then I also talked to you about nationalism. And I share with you over and over. I told you before, I've never claimed the term Christian. I'm a kingdom citizen. Okay? The word of God clearly says, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Seek first the kingdom of God and its right. Every time they see Christianity, every time they see the Catholic Church or the Protestant Church or anything, because they seek the kingdom. So if you want to know anything about Edward, just know that Edward is a kingdom believer. Okay? So I'm giving you my belief system so you know what I believe, not what you think that just because you have a problem, and I'm going to say you have a problem with the word Zionist and Christian because you look at things through the lens of Catholicism. That's how I hear you. And correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I do look at through the lens of Catholicism. Do you think that I'll just ask you, you. Do you think that the Jews need to be in the state of Israel in order for, eschatologically, do you believe that they have to be there in order for our end times rapture, whatever it is that many Zionist Christians believe in? Do you think that that's part of the end times?
The scripture said that no man knows the day nor the hour when the Son of Man may appear. We do not know. There's no geographical, quote unquote, location where everybody's going to be when the Son of Man returns.
But what is show concern with, from what I'm hearing, Israel trying to rebuild the temple? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think if we're going to talk about that, we need to understand the context of the third temple. Okay? And if you guys know, the Eastern Wall was actually, what they call it, ordered up, put bricks in. Can anyone tell me when that happened? The amount of olives that you know? Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't have the good book in front of me, my guy.
All right. Is that I am a fundamental Bible believer. I believe in the scripture, not what denominations, not what Catholicism, because there was no Catholicism in the day Jesus walked in the earth. It didn't exist. Okay. There's no popes. There's no church fathers. None of that. Okay. This came years and years after. What I like to do is go with the text itself, because the text is what governs my life. I land on this guy.
I understand that.
Okay, let me explain to you. Okay, the text is what the Word of God says. So I govern myself according to the principles of the Word of God. I am married because the text says, for this reason shall a man leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife. That's the origin in the Genesis of marriage. That's why I'm married. I follow the text. It says, train up your children in the way they should go. I use the scripture to train my children. That's what I did. For me to speak to my wife, I use the scripture when my wife and I have conversations. Why? Because that's how we were raised, according to the text. So we apply the principles of the Word of God to our life, not what somebody thinks is saying. We just take what the text says and apply it to our life. That's what we try to do.
Thank you, Edward, for I don't really see eye to eye with signing this. I do not. Actually, zero. Personally, because they believe that they're owed a bit of dirt or a bit of land based on their religion. Christians can say, well, hey, we should, Jesus lived in Egypt till he was called, until was it 32, till he was called by the Father. So should Christians go to Egypt? And this is how I looked at it. If scientists say that they're promised a land based off of how I've interpreted it, hearing a lot of individuals talk about, because Daniel promised, gave them that land and scripture, I guess. I'm really bad paraphrasing. Long day at work, but the same context that is portrayed to me. Then how would it feel like if Christians go to Egypt and say, well, Jesus, which Jesus lived in Egypt, so all Christians should have the right to move out Egyptians or out of their lands, because my religion proceeds that because Jesus Christ was there. That's just my dumb way of looking at it. I believe Palestinians and Israelis should coincide. I believe that Jews should not be dominated to Israel based off of because they practice their religion. That the same, in my dumbed down opinion, means that Islam should have the right to practice in all Arab nations. And because they're Islamic, they have the right to it. So that means all Arab nations should only have coincide right of Islam. Which, if we start doing it that way, it's wrong in my opinion. Because we all are aware that there's Christians that live in Israel, there's Arabics that live in Israel, there's Jews that live in Israel. We should not subject humanity based off of religion by a state, and it might be dumb to some, but that's just my dumb way of looking at it.
Stephanie, thank you for that. But I think the fundamental question that is being asked, why is it in Hong Kong there's robust, serious, and a strong support by the evangelical groups in the United States in favor of Israel? And that's the question. And we all know, we go back 50, 60, 100 years ago, there was a tremendous hatred of Jews by the Christians throughout the world. And the consequences to the Jews were severe.
Christians were hated by Catholics as well. Look at John Constantine.
So let me just tell you. So the question is, why is it in Hong Kong? And that's absolutely right. Fundamentally, is eschatological of concept of whether you want to call it the second temple or the third temple, and the return of the Jewish people to the land becomes an impetus, becomes germane to the second coming of Christ. From that perspective, the evangelical groups, not all of them, but certainly the majority of them, favor the Israeli positions, politically, and with this conflict. That is the bottom line. Of course, we can say more about it, but that is the impetus to their support for Israel.
Well, thank you for the nutshell. I don't know. Me personally, I acknowledge Israel's place as an ally to the United States. I understand their presence. I understand what they provide. But there is some concerns that I do have.
I have to ask a major question. Major question.
Yes, sir.
What is the benefit to everybody just because of Israel?
Well, sir, I'll answer your question. They are our allies in the Gulf. They have the ability to relay information, and if let's say a crisis could happen where our assets, like military bases in the Gulf, let's see, we do have, just like we have CIA in the area, and SIS operators, they also have Mossad. And so they're able to give, ability to heads up. They are our ally. I know there's a big contradiction about if Israel and America are too much entwined, but it could.
I'm going to put it on a simple concept. What if the U.S. went against Israel? What would happen?
That's a hellacious what if, and it's hard to make decisions on that.
Why? enemy. Iraq is our enemy.
No, Iraq's not our enemy. Iran is not our enemy. The RGC is.
Our enemy.
The RGC in Iran is our enemy, not Iran itself.
I caught him. 100%.
You know, I'm not trying.
We have to protect Iran. I mean, we got to protect Israel. That is a brand new, keep it real, nation. Israel has been there, and the Israelites, I respect them on their relation, on their religion. But what you talking about is like everybody is just supposed to be able to just stomp down and this is mine and we're supposed to back them up. That difficult.
I think you probably mistook me in the content. Israel, they are ally, and they do provide overwatch and relay information.
Why do they provide one thing if they just got a brand new nation? It's honestly, you've been like 70 years maybe. That's not a nation. We're talking about people that have been there for thousands of years.
So, Johnny, let me help me out here. What is the core question you're asking? Can you just phrase your question in a way so I can understand it? Go ahead.
Okay. As it comes to my question, as to being born in the 70s, right? Why are we fighting over something that has been there over and over again? And then, once again, we have a brand new war. Why is that area so important? Why is
okay, let me just a moment here. I think Giuseppe provided some of the answers to your question. I think he's way of thinking about it. But there's, Johnny, you want to hear me or you want to continue?
I heard you.
Come again. I can't hear you. Go ahead.
You're going through Hamas and all that kind of stuff. Hey, you know,
no, I'm not going down. No, not at all. No. I mean, you're a mind reader now, Johnny.
No, I'm not.
Okay, then don't go places that you know. Coco, you want to say something, Coco? You can go. I had a conversation with Johnny. Unless you have something really urgent you want to bring up.
Bringing it up.
Okay.
Why is it so urgent that us as Americans need to be all up over there dealing with their consequences that they can't handle? Now,
it's more so, like Johnny, it's more so about like American interest, right? So like there's a lot of resources the United States wants from that area. If we do not have a cooperation from whichever leaders, there's like things like civil unrest. We can actually do business with their leaders. This is what the United States is going to take action to do. This part of the Middle East is going to be kind of like the new Silk Road, if you will. This is a strategic place for us as Americans, for our interests. So that's basically what this all boils down to. All of these different, conflicts that you're seeing, it's really, it all comes back to that same issue.
Got this today, right? You know what I'm talking about? And then,
Johnny, your mic is really not good.
Okay.
Closer to it.
Like I said, damn people all talking that bullshit.
Hey, Johnny. Hold on, Johnny, my guy. Nobody's trying to be on bullshit with you, my guy. You sound a little muffled. You know, that's all we're just trying to say. We want to make sure we hear the question.
So there's actually two separate questions that were being.
Johnny, we cannot hear you at all.
Say something, you can't hear nothing. You know, thank you.
Okay. So Johnny, I think we've got your question. I presume. So are you interested to hear some answers? Okay, Coco partially. Coco answered your question, and Debbie gave you some answers, and I can add some more to it if you go on mute and listen instead of mumbling things that we have no idea what you're talking about. We would like to hear you, but we can't hear you because of your mic. So can you go on mute and listen for a couple minutes, maybe? Is that okay? Okay, so I don't know if you remember what Stephanie was saying, what Coco was saying, but on the top of that, there are serious concerns about the Islamic Republic of Iran. For example, they are dead set to develop the nuclear weapons. That's kind of number one. And then having that type of weapon in the hands of the mullahs, this menacing regime, with the it's not a good thing. So that ought to be prevented by any civilized nation, U.S., Israel, European. They want to stop that. Number one. Number two is they have developed long-range ballistic missiles, and that provides a threat regionally, and also is reaching. For example, it reached a place. I forgot the name of it. It was a kind of U.S. and U.K. base.
San Diego?
Diego Garcia. Thank you. And that place was about 1,500 miles or 2,500 kilometers away from Iran. So they are developing these missiles, long-range ballistic missiles, that they could easily reach far away places, particularly maybe the U.S. and European countries. And America and many countries, they don't like that. They want to stop that. And number three is their drones that they have, and they have helped Russia with that. Some of these drones are about 15 meters or 45 feet, wide, big. So they're serious. Johnny, let me just land it, then I can't hear much faster. So you're mumbling. Okay. And the last, two other things. One is the Islamic Republic of Iran being a menacing force in destabilizing the Middle East, that part of the world, by funding the terrorist groups in that. Okay, Rio, I'd like to hear what you have to say, but you just come up and rant like this. Sure. Hold on a second. Rio, hold on, I'm done. And the last but not the least of the state, the security of the state of Hormuz. That has become fundamentally a big problem. Now, the least of American concerns are the plight of, whether it was a revolution in Iran, so on and so forth. That is not the concern. If it is a concern, it is at the bottom of the list of the objectives that Americans have. So that's kind of maybe from three people you heard what we're thinking about.
John, we're really having a tough time hearing you. It sounds like you're talking underwater.
It was for a minute, or less than a minute, but
it sounds like he has something in his mouth. I don't know.
But I was going to say, so I was going to offer an answer, and my answer was not too dissimilar from Ali's answer, perhaps not unsurprisingly. But I would say that your question is actually two different questions that have two completely different answers. So the one question is, why is the U.S. involved in this war? And that is related to the perceived threat of nuclear development and the ancillary.
Let's get good contact. It's still an operation. It's not a war yet.
Okay,
that's not the reason.
But anyways, there's two separate questions. One is, why is the U.S. engaged in these military operations against Iran? The other question is, why are we interested in this particular region. So the answers are very, very different. So with Iran, it has to do with a perceived threat that's related to its nuclear weapons capability and its ballistic missile capabilities, and its involvement in the region, supporting actors like Hezbollah and the Houthis and others.
Can I interject
So
here?
that's my answer. The other answer, which was, I think, was it Coco or Spergati, which is why is the U.S. interested in this region, which is a totally different topic. And that region is, and that answer is very simple. It's related to the fact that this area has a lot of oil and natural gas reserves, which are crucial to the world economy as it's currently configured. And so that area is going to get disproportionate interest because of that. And so the stability of that region is a significant concern to the world. Separate things.
Can I respond to Europe?
Yeah, go for it, my guy.
So I think his second point is the point. The first point I do think is completely invalid. There's no staunch evidence that validates that Iran was a nuclear concern. I think it was more backed on the actual current instability of the dollar. So this has nothing to do with I'm not toting a political line here. I'm just saying that right now the United States is in. I don't know what you're saying, but so to finish my point, what I'm trying to say is the United States is going through a economic crisis in terms of the U.S.-backed petroleum that has been now, I think, circa 100 years. It's like 70, 80 years in flux. And now with the new BRICS alliance that has been forming with other nations, that is brought contention and destabilization within the U.S. dollar and petroleum. So yeah, I mean, obviously there are questions about the nuclear enrichment program within Iran, and that I'm not dismissing that entirely. I'm just saying that we have to look at all sides, and I think that there are more strategic reasons why the Trump administration has gone in to try to re-stabilize the world market in terms of the dollar, the green.
Just because of Israel.
On what? Nuclear power? On nuclear.
Oh, you're out of the pool.
Well, no, it's not an issue of nuclear power, because the enrichment level at 60% is way higher than is useful for any type of.
Hey, bro, let me tell you something. When you rip up a deal, they can enrich to whatever the levels they want.
No, that's actually incorrect.
No, it's not incorrect. Who ripped up the deal? Who ripped up the deal?
Can you help us with Jones? Can you help us with Jones?
Was not an agreement.
No, they weren't agreeing.
It did not replace.
There was no evidence that Iran
did not replace
nuclear weapons.
You want an answer or you don't want an answer?
You're literally talking over me. I'm trying to tell you my point.
No, because you made a statement that was wrong.
When I'm done, go
and I
ahead.
pointed out
I'm
to
still
you
speaking,
that
Euro,
was
and
wrong,
you literally
and I was
cut me
going to
off.
explain to you why
I'm
it's
not
wrong.
done
So from a
speaking,
legal,
and you cut me off because you're scared of what I'm going to
totally
say.
wrong when you say
You're literally
that
not
because
letting
the
me
United
finish, and you're over
States
here talking over me.
Euro, my guy, let Rico go. Hey, let Rico go.
It's real, bro.
Oh, sorry, my bad, Rio. Let Rio go.
Listen. There was a deal
I want to hear what you got to say.
Yeah, there was a deal signed, okay, between Iran and the United States, JCPOA, and they had a maximum enrichment of 3.67 or 3.69%, whatever it is. During that time, the IAEA was doing a bunch of inspections. They even had cameras set up in those facilities, and they had reports. All the reports said that there was no evidence pointing that Iran was enriching over the levels that they agreed to, or that they were planning to build a nuclear bomb. In fact, for the last 40 years, Israel and the U.S. have been parroting like dogs that they're 2 weeks away from a bomb, 2 weeks away from a bomb for the past 40 years. And we a bomb. Even today, U.S. intel tells us
that there was no evidence that Iran was building a bomb. Zero. Once Trump ripped up the deal because he just didn't like it, and he's big bad Trump, didn't like the Obama deal, rips it up, and then Iran started to do what any other country would do when you pull out of a deal. They started enriching. They started not following the rules. What would you expect?
Were they caught? Were they caught at all?
So
Uranium.
No, the problem.
Hey, Joe, let Euro go.
Yeah, the problem is what you stated is not factually correct, and it is not correct in law, and it is not correct in fact. First of all, the JCPOA was not an agreement between Iran and the United States. It was an agreement between Iran and the E3 and the EU +3, meaning specifically.
It was the Obama deal.
It's an agreement between Iran, China, France, Germany, Russia,
and the U.S.
United Kingdom, United States,
Yeah, there you go.
and the European. No, I didn't interrupt you during.
Yes,
your
you did
nonsensical-
multiple times.
I did not interrupt you
You did
once.
multiple
I did
times.
not interrupt
You don't like
once
it, huh? You
during
don't like
your
it when it's done to
false-
you, right?
During your false,
You don't like it
your
when it's done
false,
to you.
during your false recitation of both the
You
facts.
literally just said the
I didn't
United
interrupt
States
you.
was part of
I'm
the
now
deal, you
correcting
retard.
you with the
You
correct
just said the
facts
United
and the
States was
correct
part of the
law.
deal.
You're just wrong.
You
The
just said the United States
You're
was part
just
of the
wrong.
deal.
You're wrong on the law. The fact that the
Bro,
United
you
States
just said it. You just said it.
ended their participation in
Listen, you can't sign a
JCPOA
deal
does
that's
not
pull out.
liberate Iran.
You can't
does
sign a
not
deal then pull
Iran
out.
free reign
There's
to enrich
consequences.
uranium at all levels. The JCPOA agreement did not replace
It says
treaty
3.69. You're right. You come
No, this
out.
is the
You
difference.
lose it.
I didn't interrupt
Don't
you.
cry, bro.
But I
Don't sign a
interrupted
deal.
you, but
Don't
you're
make
going to
deals
interrupt
and
me
then pull
because
out.
I'm correcting you on the facts. You first were wrong in stating that this was a bilateral
You just
agreement
said that the
between
U.S.
the
was part
United
of the
States
deal.
and Iran, and that therefore
Okay,
the United
are you
States
telling me that
ripping
the
it up
U.S. was not
gave
part of the
Iran
JCPOA
free.
deal?
That's false. It's a multi-party agreement.
Was the U.S.
and the United
part of
States
the JCPOA
exited
or
that
not?
agreement that does not free Iran from its treaty
Bro,
obligations.
if you pull out of a deal and you rip it up on
JCPOA.
live
So you're
television,
just,
you literally
you're just
lose every
wrong.
right.
You're wrong on the law.
Okay.
You're wrong on the facts.
You just
They still
said
have
that
their
the U.S.
entity
was part
free
of the
obligations.
deal.
The
You
IEA
literally have no idea what you're talking about.
The 60% enrichment.
This is
We have-
Do
you wanna-
So
Do you
they
want
are
to like
clear,
simmer for
clear
just a bit?
violation of
He
their
can't
treaty
simmer down. He
obligations
can't simmer down.
under NPT.
Is it possible
He's
for them
crying.
to
He's
simmer?
crying that he rips up a deal and then he has to.
Is
deal
it
with
possible to
consequences.
simmer just for a bit?
Well, the thing is, he spoke at
You're
length.
talking
and gave-
past each other.
Right, because he spoke at length, and I didn't interrupt him once when he spouted false facts and false illegal interpretation.
left.
When I tried to point out why he was wrong, he constantly interrupted me
Yeah.
on every single sentence.
And that is incredibly frustrating. I can totally relate to that. It seems like you guys were talking past one another and he left. So you have the stage.
So as I was pointing out, he's wrong both on the facts and on the law. The agreement was not between Iran and the United States. It was a multi-party agreement with all the parties that I mentioned, specifically Iran, China, France, Germany, Russia, United Kingdom, United States, along with participation with the European Union High Representative. It did not replace the NPT treaty obligations to enforce those obligations. So even if this treaty didn't exist, they would still have those treaty obligations. So it's just not correct that Iran legally has free reign because that agreement ended. It's just nonsense. Now, the 60% enrichment is way past any possible civil use. So it is on the way to developing a nuclear weapon. It's the only purpose to have 60% uranium enrichment. The IEA has stated that that is the case. They stated that they have over 400 kilograms of uranium enriched to that level, all in violation of its treaty. And they have to turn it over. And the IEA, in its most latest report, specifically said that Iran continues not to resolve these issues. Now, whether or not you want to go to war over it, that's another question. But it is a factual matter.
Don't put your talking from your asshole, literally. Like, if you were to talk from your asshole, I imagine it sounds like this.
I'm studying the law, so.
So, can I just, hold on, Jen, hold on. You want to say something?
Nah, never mind.
Sure, okay, thank you. So, I think your points are well taken. Johnny, I thought somebody would move him to the stage, to the audience. We'd like to hear you, but we can't hear you because of your voice is muffled.
It was fixed once for a few seconds, and then like that.
So one thing that the reason there was kind of Euro was very adamant about making this case because the individuals were actually presenting why the treaty JCPOA broke the agreement. It was only mentioning
the JCPOA.
Yes, JCPOA. Yeah. It's 4, 5 acronyms in there. But anyway, acronyms. Yes, so the reason is the individual did not say there were a number of countries, at least 6 or 7 of them were involved in this treaty. And the United States pulled out in 2018, as we all know. Trump did. But the rest of the European countries and other countries stayed within the treaty, but they pulled out after a year because it was not sustainable for them to continue this. So that is where the kind of the disagreement comes about. The first individual who left the stage, he was not telling us all of the facts about the nature of the agreement.
No, Ali, there is no disagreement because my point is, even without JCPOA, if it never existed, Iran has treaty obligations under NPT. This is an agreement that's signed by 192 nations. This is one of the things the IEA is monitoring. So the fact that this agreement, even if this agreement no longer exists, does not give Iran the right to enrich uranium at whatever level it wants to. It just doesn't.
The International Atomic Energy Agency continued to monitor all of the developments in Iran during the Trump administration. So, we don't know where we are at, but I actually think that we're in a state of disinformation where people just blatantly aren't exercising the ability to research information. Just Google it. Just look it up. Actually read books. Do something that is potentially beyond. I have no idea what is happening in our world because I'm just really frustrated that we don't have more people that are willing to just read a fucking book.
I have to agree with E 100%, and that's why when I stated factual matters, I cited the specific report by the IAEA and what their findings were, as opposed to people just speculating on what the law is and on what the factual matters is. These things are all documented, so they can just be looked up.
It is kind of sad, why are people not reading books? Why are they not? I have no idea what has happened, but people seem to think that they can AI short assistant the text to a book, so they're only seeing the headlines rather than actually reading the text.
Well, a lot of it, I think, is confirmation bias. What's happening is
people are taking positions, they're either for something or against something, and then they look for evidence or reasoning or argumentation that backs their position. Whereas I would prefer to just look at the facts, and after we agree on what the facts are, then we can talk about what should or shouldn't be done.
I think even prior to that, I would say that the problem is the idea that a conversation needs to be an argument in the first place. That is, from my perspective, the biggest problem.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is often an assumption, especially on Clubhouse. That's why I'd rather start with, let's get an agreement on what the facts are, and then we can discuss what the best policy options are given those facts.
Maybe the universe can give us guidance.
You got it, for?
Well, a lot of people on Clownhouse don't ever take the universe into consideration. Now, I'm not saying me, John Kitover, but I'm saying the universe, or the sun, Neptune, Saturn.
This person, maybe just
Rejection, or
reject him. Please.
He was caught wiping a booger on his shirt last week.
Please reject this guy.
Is this?
Boy, they had so much hope that was squashed so quickly.
Listen, Boogergate made my campaign what it is today. Without Boogergate, I wouldn't have the nostalgia with my voters. So, listen.
Yeah, but now you've got a bigger problem. You have Shitgate, where you get on the toilet on camera, your knees are sticking out while you're sitting on the john. And you didn't wash your hands. That's going to be a huge deal.
I almost just spit my drink out on 30. What I'm trying to say is that Boogergate is the focus here, not the throne gate or the John gate. But I just this red rose flower from the White House Ready Room just told us to reject me because I was trying to speak astrologically, meaning that the sun is obviously the metaphor for Jesus Christ, and the moon is Mary, it's feminine. So when you take these harmonies, these balances of the whole universe, excuse me, Red Rose, you're interrupting me. I'm trying to speak elegantly.
This
Hello?
is a red rose. If
You're
you
just a
can look
thorn.
at my
Please wait. You're just a thorn. Thorn. Karen, the universe is speaking here, Karen. Could you just mute up? Karen,
calling
mute
you Karen.
Karen.
This is a bitch ass move.
Karen, just mute up. I'm not finished yet. I want to say something important. This is just a late night discussion. You have the moon, emoji in the title. We have just reached a new moon. And every time I go outside and I bathe in the light of the moon and I look up the skirt of this beautiful woman called the moon, I see in the center of her legs a rose. But to get there, sometimes it's thorny. And even when you get there, sometimes the experience, the happening is thorny. Kind of like E here, former White House Ready Room, advisor to the commander-in-chief. As we all know, she has excellent opinions on how the government should be managing things. If she was in charge, I'm sure she would be very decisive and intelligent in what programs and projects and things she would execute upon.
This guy
Anyways, this is the universe. I am complete. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, so speaking of factual errors, we're not in a new moon. Actually, we're at a way into this right now.
Thank you, Yura, for bringing some levity to the discussion.
A neon moon.
We're on our way to the third quarter. So the moon right now is about 98% of its surface that we see is illuminated. So if anything, it's almost full. Definitely not new.
On the top of that, people have this thinking idea that the cycle of the moon and the gravity of it has an impact on humans during the different cycles of the moon, the full moon, for example. If you the gravity that the moon exerts on your brain, on your head, is by far, I forgot the number, I did the calculation some time ago, is less than the gravity that your pillow that you have under your head in your bed exerts on your brain. And that is basically the correlation between the mass of the moon and mass of your brain. And you calculate that, and you calculate the gravity between your head, your brain, and the pillow. And the reason the oceans move because of the tides, because the oceans are massive, have huge weight of the oceans as they interact with the moon. But your brain, it has no effect on us. It's just just an example.
Conversation about blowjobs and gravity.
Sorry, Ali, that is something that I think would be really helpful if you're able to share like a study related to that.
Google that and put the link in the chat.
Don't Google it. Just put his, like, I believe he already has studied this. So share with us what you have interpreted.
Yeah, so President that. Did you ever give advice like that at the White House, E. Rose?
Okay, so as far as the moon is, like, people generally grossly underestimate the distance between the Earth and the moon because the visual representations that you see in book always grossly exaggerate it because it's so far out that it would be difficult to print at scale. So the moon on average is 384,400 kilometers from the Earth. So it's true that the gravitational effect of the moon on the humans is real, but it's very, very small. So it's on the order of 2.3 millinewtons. So to put that in perspective, an average human of like 70 kilograms has about 687 Newton force due to gravity.
Are you excited at all about the Artemis 2 launch? And
Yes, I am.
Euro, I have a question.
I was a space camp person. Definitely very excited about it. So.
Yeah.
Euro, why do people not believe that we landed on the moon? Aren't there pictures of the little go-kart things that are still up there and the footprint?
There's photos. They also left devices that we use to bounce off signals from the Earth so we can calculate the distance to the moon very precisely, which we do on a regular basis, and that helps us out a lot. So it's a good question. But and fire up the gravitational difference, so you're comparing 2.3 millinewtons versus 687. So to put that in perspective, that's 0.000034% of your weight. So the effect is tiny.
What are your thoughts on the time period? Sorry. Can I please just ask Euro a question? What are your thoughts on the timeline?
Google it first.
What are your thoughts on the time period for the launch? Like the amount of time that people are going to spend orbiting the moon?
So, let me just quickly, the reason I gave the example of the gravitational
Holly, you're interrupting Rose's question.
I was completely disrupted.
Well, first of all, you was trying to finish something. You interrupted me. You went to the
I didn't interrupt.
Well, which is fine. We all like to talk about it. But I just wanted, since we were talking about the gravitational.
Ali, you and
I wanted to land with this, if you don't mind.
It's just a bird struggle session in here.
Okay. So, I think to confirm what you're saying, as I mentioned, the gravitational force exerted by your pillow on your brain and your body is
We already
by
heard
far
this. Don't repeat
more
yourself.
than-
No
yes,
redundancy.
that is exactly the
There's
point.
no repetition. We already heard this. There's no repetition.
Universe, just be quiet. If you want to go back to this endeavor by Americans to land on the moon, that's fantastic. Let's talk about it.
Now, I was asking specifically about the time period that has been already proffered about this particular launch, and I'm wondering what that.
Well, how long is it? A few days? Just a few days, right?
It's a 10-day mission.
Yeah, it's a 10-day mission, and
10 not 11, 10 not 9.
Are they going to land, or are they just going to go around it?
They're not going to land.
they're going around it essentially, and so that was my question to Euro, and I was a space camp nerd, so I'm very interested in this.
Yeah, no, 10 days I think is a very reasonable time frame given the nature of the mission, the fact that we haven't done anything like this in somewhat 50 years or more. And it's going to be interesting because they're actually going to send man further in space than man has ever gone before. So they're going further than the previous lunar missions.
Is that a fact or is that an opinion?
Yeah, it's a fact.
Well, it's a fact that that's the plan. I mean, it hasn't happened.
I would just proffer that it's an opinion and not a fact. And I have evidence to suggest that it's an opinion and not a fact.
Kitover, I wish you would just leave this application.
Don't attack me personally. I'm not making this personal, Rose. Please.
How could it possibly be an opinion?
You are.
Fact. Like, how is that even possible?
You are personally attacking me. I would offer that you please stop attacking me personally. Thank you very little.
If you would stop recording sessions and then posting them on
the psychotherapist office sessions, what are you talking about? It's happening. It's an experience. Don't fire her. She's asking you a Google question. What's your opinion about the time frame you think about rotating going around the moon? Like, what's your opinion? And then you're like, that's a fact. I said, no, it's an opinion.
They were two separate questions. So what I think about it is an opinion. The statement that I made that it's going further than man has ever gone before in space, that's a factual matter.
I really hope that you find peace. I know that you also
Projection
I think you host.
It's a nice thing to say to me, but you should actually.
They're going to be the dark side of the moon.
You host meditation spaces. I hope that you actually meditate.
Oh, thank you, Heroes. I just read a book. Maybe you should try it sometime. It's called meditation.
I read many books.
What's about the last book you read?
The last book that I read was about China, so probably not something
about China.
Who was right, Bima or Norm, or you couldn't tell?
Oh, I thought I gave what the actual answer was, and I gave 4 separate reports that all reached the same conclusion that I printed in the chat. So
you said what ruffled feathers us committing to either one?
I thought the reports spoke for themselves, and I thought I gave a fairly clear answer.
Well, since neither are not here anymore, who would say Bima or Norm was closer to the truth?
I think Euro did give a really solid answer previously.
Yeah, and I think that as far as I could tell, listening to the argument as best as I could, that they were both evolving their position. It's fairly well documented that you can have transgenerational inheritance, which is independent of exposure. With humans, the data is inconclusive.
So Bima was more correct, Jen.
Well, the data is inconclusive, so I would say that if you're talking specifically about humans, it has not been established that non-exposure transgenerational inheritance takes place. What happens is we know that it affects things like stress and whatnot can affect a person in this lifetime, and it affects the expressions of genes, right? Now, if you're pregnant, then that can obviously affect the baby. So we know about effects on the first generation, the babies and grandchildren. What we don't know is to what extent that is related to the exposure versus the epigenetics.
Can you actually share the study that you're referring to? It sounds incredibly interesting.
Well, I did on that day. I gave 4 separate reports.
Are you able to today? Just because I
could take them up again, but
I wasn't there.
One of them was in Nature, which is
definitely like a very authoritative place.
Exactly. And one of the studies was Scopic in Nature, so they were reviewing many other studies.
Did it bring up anything about the COVID-19 vaccine and the injections that were made into the millions of mothers?
Can you mute up and let Hero actually just speak? That would be good. Thank you.
Asking questions, I thought maybe I could get a question about vaccinated mothers and side effects on children.
I don't think that would be helpful.
You don't think the vaccine was really interesting? Yeah, this is a late night discussion. I think everything should be on the table.
I think I would prefer to hear the competent work from Euro that you want to share.
What's unfortunate?
No, I had COVID very early on. I got it. I was on the West Coast, and I got COVID before there was even a test for it.
Yeah, I think I got COVID last week. It was like a flu-like symptom. I've been vaxxed twice and I've had 3 boosters, and I think I'm having long COVID, and I don't know why, and I keep getting sick.
Yeah, that booger presented as a COVID booger. Infected.
My COVID was literally like I fainted in front of my fridge when I went to go get a glass of water, and that was my experience, and I had like a 99.8 temperature for quite some time, and it didn't dissipate, but I still worked. I didn't. I was still working.
The work ethic that makes America great again, Rose. I salute your hard work ethic and overlooking your own health in the process, because that's what makes America great again.
Overlooking my own health. Thank you for saying that, you bitch. Bullshit.
Did you just call me a bitch and bullshit? Are you using profanity now against the universe, Red Rose?
I am not a red rose, you idiot.
What do you mean, idiot? You're just thorny. I can tell you're just a thorny rose. You need to have your thorns,
You are just you're very you're trying to be cunning, but you're not.
Is that projection? Or is it a genuine opinion of me?
No, it is a general opinion. I'm not the only one who has that.
People sling insults at me. I noticed that many times it's actually a projection of their self-confidence on me. The catch-all.
Oh, awesome that you try to do that.
So
Amazing that
you should
tried to
learn
do
something
that.
about the universe sometimes. Instead, I think you just come here and complain and give very basic, redundant opinions constantly, as if perhaps you're like Pepe and have brain damage.
Sorry, you are comparing me now to Pepe.
I think for a number of years, lightweight champion, they say. But
if you
I
were
was
to
never
look at
personally boxed instead of like brain damage. Nor do I like Down syndrome, nor do I like early onset Alzheimer's or even dementia. I prefer my brain to be in peak mental condition at all times. So I can come on conversations joyfully.
Okay, this guy needs to be muted.
So I just put some links into the chat for anybody who's interested. I posted the Nature article again, one from Science Digest, and one from the NCBI, the National Institute of Health as well. Just going through, looking through a list of articles. There's
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for joining.
But it's a good starting point. There was another one I posted last time, but I can't remember the source off the top of my head. But I can look for it. But this gives you a general review of the subject. It's a very interesting subject, and it's definitely being explored more deeply. So I don't like to be very categorical about it. I mean, it's definitely a real possibility.
It'd be great. You could click a link and maybe read us something to confirm you're actually going to click the link and read.
No, well, I know what that means. But the fact that it exists, plants already establishes a reason to believe why this is possible. Okay, and we know it does exist. Like I said, in the first instance, like the generation that is experiencing the trauma or the stress. So the real question is,
do you think the trauma in the Gaza Strip, types of therapeutic modalities, do you think would benefit the people in the Gaza Strip right now?
Well, I think that's an unrelated topic.
Yeah,
about generational trauma and genetic impact. I'm just wondering what type of therapeutic modalities are healing. Hello, Red Rose. Heroes. That was a good question.
I would have already removed him from space if I were.
All you do is attack the universe. You should learn to love the universe and let go. You're too aggressive.
I think.
Do male lovers often tell you you're too aggressive? You're insulting, young lady. You are no lady. You are no heroes. You are just vulgar. You attack people who act good for them.
Heroes. God damn. You're like trying to be cunning and you're very not.
Like Karen. Who are you gonna call?
Your metaphors always land very well. Like when you talked about the lakes of the moon, so that's not a really well established or used metaphor, right?
In your opinion. Here we go again.
Can this guy just be like removed from this? Somebody with a
it's a fact, is it? Yes, it's a fact.
He isn't the universe. He isn't a man. He isn't helpful.
Heroes is an insulting and degrading young woman who is projecting onto me her own self-confidence issues. Shameless. Juvenile.
You are
pedestrian.
Okay. Yeah, you are
it's a late-night conversation. Why does a woman think that she can, steam railroad man? It's ridiculous. I'm the universe. Stop projecting onto the universe.
What the fuck? People are literally thinking that okay, this is why I can't even join this.
Try to put together something intelligent to say.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat and the bullshit that I am seeing. Leo, great. Victoria's back. This is going to be interesting. Said no one ever. Back to you.
Use this much profanity during work hours? Are you usually this
I don't
aggressive?
use any profanity during work hours, and no.
It's a late night discussion, and feel free to use as much profanity as your profane mouth wants to use.
I don't work at the White House anymore, Leo. I don't know what intelligence you have, but probably very little.
Welcome everybody to the President's late night discussion. Oh, sorry, Euro, go ahead. Keep going on and on about the generational trauma, please.
No, I was going to go on about the leagues of the moon because you mentioned that what I stated was an opinion, which I agreed with you on. So I did a search to look for metaphorical references and mythological references to the lakes of the moon. And surprisingly enough, I did find one, but I found one and exactly one, which is apparently a Hawaiian legend, which you can find under the title of Ghost Dog and Other Hawaiian Legends on page 114. So there is one reference, I can references to it, but it's like I said, not very many.
You wanted to say, Victoria?
I would actually just like to ask for
Jesus Christ, thank you. Delusional paranoid schizophrenia with Dunning-Kruger.
Delusional schizophrenia with Dunning-Kruger. Oh my God. You know, when I was in the Army, they diagnosed me as being bi. And I said, what's that? Am I gay? And they said, no, you're bi. That's different. That's not gay. And I said, what's bi?
No, it's gay.
So
I couldn't. I'm sorry, Victoria. Heroes, what we...
I was trying to ask a question, but you interrupted.
Wait, Edward has a question he would like to ask you. Go ahead, Edward.
What did you say in relativity?
Edward's a question, don't interrupt.
What is the most motivating thing? I'm sorry, Victoria, go ahead.
No, my question related again to the moon mission Artemis 2. So probably not of relevance.
Well, I do actually have something intelligent to tell you.
We're going to look at the International Federation of Space based on the backside of it.
These are the analogies for the moon. Hidden enemies. Listen to these words. Hidden enemies. Danger.
Sorry, you're
darkness, terror, deception, error. The reversal is instability.
John, Victoria wants to hear me speak for
silence.
Because Victoria can tell that I'm intelligent and she's crushing hard.
Lesser degrees of deception and error. Those are the analogies for the.
I wish somebody
John, is the number of the moon.
John, can you explain skeletal?
Silence!
Idiot.
Stop projecting onto the universe, Red.
Thank you, mods.
Beaver, that was the most motivating thing for me today. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. What about you, E? What's your answer to this question?
To which question?
What's the most motivating thing that happened to you today, E?
Oh, today? I actually gosh, if I were, so, I had a person who is my mentor, and they reached out to me today. So that was the most motivating thing that I had today.
That is motivating. Thanks for sharing.
It was like actually really helpful. I think sometimes like we can get stuck a little bit as like cogs in the wheel, and it's helpful to have somebody that like props us up and makes us feel like, no, you're not a cog.
Edward, what was your most motivating?
I got to assist my family today. My brother's wife passed at 82, and I got the opportunity to assist him in celebrating her life.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm both like, I want to say I'm happy that you had that experience, and also want to give you my like deepest regrets for your loss.
So Edward, you're in the funeral business, but is it just a completely different experience for you when it's like a funeral that you're attending, or are you just so numb to the whole thing that it's, even if it's a loved one, is it easy breezy?
No, when it's a family member behavior is much more difficult because it's someone I actually know. So it's not empathy, it's actually sympathizing, but celebrating the life of our loved one. But, you know, it's my brother's wife who passed, so, but she was 82, so it's a beautiful life.
Yeah, I didn't word that question well. I guess I should ask, is it like, for people in your family, it's probably not as hard for you, maybe, when that happened? Like, I don't know. I just wondered if you said you're around it every day, if it makes if it numbs it even a little bit for a family.
No, it doesn't make it numb, but obviously, you know, I know my brother, so it's his wife, and they're part of our family. So I think it's a little bit more. There's most people that we just facilitate, I don't know them, so we get to empathize with their family, but sympathy is when it's your own family.
What's the craziest thing you've ever seen in a funeral service?
People trying to get in the hole.
Whoa.
So I kind of realized that I didn't really do justice to Victoria's question about the length of the mission. So the mission is, I would say, like from an objective viewpoint, near optimal, because 9 days would be the minimum given free fall requirements. So if you want to be efficient and minimize energy use, you would have to take 9 days. So the reason they have this 10th day is because they're spending roughly 23 hours in a high Earth orbit before they commit to the moon, so that the crew and the controllers can check the life support, communications, water, waste, suit interfaces, and proximity operations while they're still relatively close to Earth before they commit to going to the moon. So theoretically, you could do it in 9 days if you didn't want to do any type of checks. But checks are probably a good idea. So 10 days is basically the minimum time if you don't want to burn extra fuel.
But they're doing it, and it's the first time in like what, 40 something years.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. It would still be 9 days because it takes 4 days. Basically, it takes 4 days to get there and 4 days back in a free fall return. So
I also just want to say, because there was somebody in the chat, Leo, fuck off. Like, I just need to say that because no, I'm not autistic. I'm intelligent, you idiot. Sorry.
Leo's rich, and rich has problems.
I am so frustrated with, I guess I didn't have social media until COVID, so I'm probably just not like social media savvy. doesn't mean I'm autistic.
But it's the same reason why you see like missions to Mars are usually stated in very, very long periods, right? So we could do them shorter, but it would require burning a lot of fuel. So when you hear like how long it takes, they're basically giving you the shortest time it takes, given burning as little fuel as possible.
Are you somebody that has actually studied this?
Well, it depends what you mean by this. I haven't studied moon missions specifically, no.
Okay, so you're not like in that particular field.
I've studied like related fields, I guess is the best way to put it.
Okay. So no would be the answer, I guess.
And we just look at a telescope and just put really high powered one and zoom in on and see the footprints. Do you think we landed on the moon, Heath?
I think it would be really brilliant if we would come together and work with other countries as well to make sure that when we do anything with regard to space, that it is hosted by the United States, but also inviting others. That would be my request. That would be
Is that a yes or a no? Or I don't know.
That was a no.
You don't think we landed on the moon?
Yes, we did, of course.
Oh.
Sorry, I guess I misunderstood your question. Of course we landed on the moon. And I believe that like future, like any of our future endeavors in space, we should be hosting it with other countries because this is a challenge of individuals across different countries, not something that should be defined by one. What is that?
I don't know why that's really important.
Yeah, to answer your question about telescopes and resolution, so if you're talking about Earth-based telescopes, the Very Large Telescope by ESO can resolve lunar images to about 0.07 arc seconds. So that corresponds to about 130 meters on the surface of the moon. And unfortunately, all of the Apollo hardware that was left on the moon is smaller than 130 meters. So significantly smaller. And even if you took Hubble, which has a greater lunar resolution, it still comes down to about 100 meters.
What is it? I thought Hubble would be able to see it down to like a toothpick or something, because they can see so far in the distance.
Yeah, it doesn't help, unfortunately, the lunar resolution. So the best thing, we would have to wait till we started building larger structures on the moon, on the order of 100 or 200 meters long, and then we'd be able to see it. On the other hand, there is a very simple way to show that we were on the moon, and that has to go back to those electroreflectors that I mentioned previously that are on the moon, and which we bounce off of all the time. So that would be the easiest way, is to use a laser and hit the the retro reflectors.
But who wants that? Who wants to be able to be regulated by that?
Well, we do it all the time because we're interested in measuring the distance between the Earth and the Moon, because the Moon is moving away from the Earth, and so we need to keep track of how fast it's moving away from the Earth.
You mean the orbit is slowly, gradually getting further and further away from the Earth?
Yeah.
What eventually will happen? It will just...
Well, eventually it will no longer orbit the Earth. But this is, very far in the future. I'll have to check the exact figures, but I think it's on the order of like a centimeter, 2 centimeters a year or something like that.
So the Earth rotates in exact 100% synchronicity with the Earth, and that's why we can never see the dark side, correct?
Yeah, it's tidal locked, right? That happens over time. So that's why, Mercury is tidal locked with the sun and things like that.
I think we're going to come to an understanding within the international community that these are priorities that we need to ensure make the list across these different countries.
Actually, Mercury is not tidal locked; it's a 3:2 ratio.
Sorry?
I misspoke earlier. It's not a true tidal lock because with Mercury it's a 3:2 ratio. It's not
3:2 ratio, meaning that it wouldn't be a priority.
Yeah, the ratio between the orbital period and the rotation period. So that it's not like with the Moon, which is a true tidal lock.
Oh, you're actually sorry. You're talking about the orbit. I'm referring to the priorities of different governments. Do you think that other governments would be able to prioritize this? And universe is back. Damn it. Kitover. I guess the reason I was asking is simply like for international space programs, we require funding not just from the United States, but also from our partners abroad. And maybe that question will be left with no answer. What I can say is, I actually think when we look at space, it is one of the areas in which we've been able to team up with partners that maybe we wouldn't have teamed up with previously, including Russia. And we've been able to do amazing things. I hope that would still be a kind of basic foundation for curiosity and achievement in the future. Thanks.
So I looked up the current rate. It's actually 3.8 centimeters a year currently. So that's why I said it's very, very small, but it's real. So like continental drift is on the order of like 5 centimeters, and this is like 3.8 centimeters. The thing is that in a million years, that would translate, if it were linear, it would translate to 38 kilometers. So over the total distance, which is 384,000 kilometers, it's still a relatively small correction. But over the course of billions of years, that starts becoming very significant.
Isn't it like phenomenal? Like when you look at how time is projected, when you look at space, that's something that I always found quite interesting. Maybe that isn't something that you studied. I am potentially projecting onto you. Thought about it, studied it. Damn it. Don't want to share too much.
Don't share too much. Was that Beaver?
I said, now I'm interested in what you have to say. Spit it out.
I studied like the difference between time and how it is distinct if you're on a plane versus a mountain, etc. Time difference in space, and I just find it to be quite fascinating because there are accounts from former astronauts that come back, and their like recollection of events and disclaimers of time. That's always quite interesting to hear.
They're not far enough out to notice any difference, I don't think, as far as time dilation.
All right.
I don't think our astronauts have ever been out far enough for long enough to notice anything of any time dilation difference. You have to be going really, really fast.
Yeah, well, they've definitely shared. I met for astronauts that like literally shared that. So my that would be my like bias.
Well, thinking if somebody you take an atomic clock and you put it in an airplane, and the airplane goes around the Earth, it's like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction different than a clock on Earth.
Okay. Maybe that's something.
So how do you think Trump's doing? Are you as happy as you were a month ago, or are you less happy with Trump?
I mean, I paid literally, I think I paid $13,000 less in taxes than I did last year.
So you've coming over to you've finally seen the light, I guess.
No, I would gladly pay those taxes again.
Why? Why do you want to pay for other people?
Because I actually think that we have like a very interesting country where we should try to protect what we have. I value it. That's why.
What about transgender for everyone?
No, if you want to transform,
Sorry,
or if
he
you
was
want
talking about Euro.
Euros,
Euro.
so does anybody think that this Astro launch is just traditional propaganda to distract us from an ongoing, raging war of death and destruction that has killed over 100,000 people? But I just want to also say I am excited about the lunar mission. And it is a fact that we are going further than anybody's ever gone before. FY, it's not an opinion. That's a fact.
I don't think that this.
We heard that.
I think the launch is definitely, it had been planned, and it was related to timing with regard to the basically the weather and being able to launch. I don't think that would be like distinct from anything else. But I do think that perhaps we could look at the war in Iran, and that might be a distraction. I don't know, the Epstein files. We had Bondi that was now fired, and the person that is replacing her is, I don't know, the guy that was on the Trump team, literally, to look at the cases that he was grappling with before. So
I talked to somebody today, and they sound like usually, you know how I told you you're the one person that I got wrong, that I thought was white, and you're actually black? Well, I found another one today.
Oh, really?
Yes, Steppy. He's half black.
I don't know if I've seen their profile before or heard them.
Not a lot.
Oh, interesting.
Victoria, you think it's a distraction from Epstein?
my ear, Victoria.
So the reason they choose particular dates for moon missions or other launches is primarily trajectory geometry, but they also have to take into account things like lighting and range availability and recovery conditions, which is why at one point they thought they were going to delay a day because of a solar flare that they. And
from my optic, this had nothing to do with like distraction.
Yeah, no, it would be realistic to do it that way because it would cost a lot more money and be a lot more difficult. So it really has to do with where the moon is positioned. Because like when I mentioned that 384,400 kilometer distance, that's just an average distance, right? It's an elliptical path. So sometimes it's much further, sometimes it's much closer.
Yeah, nobody even cared about it though. Like more people cared about the fucking Super Bowl than fucking, going back to the moon.
I don't think that's true actually. Like to look at it, even I don't know if you've looked at like luxury watches, for example, like so
Yeah, I'm just talking about the generality of it. Like, you're going to have the niche, groups that fan out about it and go crazy, but, like, overall, nobody cares.
I am a fan of it. I think that it's not only important, but it's something...
But we've already done it. We did it in the 60s. It's time to up the ante. Like, why do we care about going to the moon?
Hey...
Well, I think that one...
I fucking care about it. Sorry. I think it's incredibly important because it demonstrates what we can do. And it gives us like, it gives us like that, that we don't have, I think, necessarily just in day-to-day operations. It is the factor that cannot easily be identified or categorized, but it is the it's the that positions us to be, it positions us to be like the great establishers of
Didn't we do this in
dot
1969?
No.
So that's what? How many years ago was that?
No, we didn't. I just think that
almost 60 years ago.
If we're actually going to be thoughtful on this, I just think that that's something that we need to consider. Like, we're trying to go to the moon, not because we're just trying to go to the moon, but because we're trying to prove that there's value in going to the moon in the first place, and then be also trying to prove that we have the assets available to do that.
But it's like a teenager fucking a fat chick. He has to prove himself he can do it, and after he does it, it's like, why do we want to do it again?
This is like, that is the most bullshit ever comparison I've ever heard in my entire life. I would caution you not to use it again.
Yeah, but isn't it a net negative? Like, we're not extracting anything from the moon. Like, it's just literally billions of dollars just so some fucking 3 guys and a girl can fly across the fucking thing like Peter Pan.
What? Actually, it's 40.
These are missions.
All 3 guys and a girl. Okay.
That have been in preparation for years, and the dedication of these teams is paramount to the outcome.
Well, I'm talking about what is the positive, like, what do we benefit from the millions or billions of dollars that were put into this program?
Well, so
there aren't millions or billions of dollars put into this program, foremost. These are...
So what, they just Ubered there? They paid an Uber fee or something? Like, obviously, it's billions of dollars.
There is a large amount of money that has been utilized for these programs. Yeah, allocated. Thank you.
Yeah, that's still spending money.
Yeah.
That just means it was allocated in the past, not being utilized.
Yeah, but it's also not as...
Wait, are you single or something, or married?
Am I single or something?
Yeah, or married.
You want a date?
No, I'm trying to hook you up with Victoria. She's single.
Oh,
she has a bunch of cats.
I was wondering where this was going.
No, I don't see that way.
But just
Victoria's autistic, and it's really, really hard for female autists to find mates.
Yeah. No,
it's really hard for female autistic women to express emotion.
I'm not autistic. Sorry. This is really like that particular...
I move him, just ignore it, and he won't come back up.
So I was just going to say, in terms of interest, like, millions of people watch the launch, so apparently there is some interest. I think there will be a lot more interest when we have a mission to actually land people on the moon, just because that's, perceived as more interesting and more exciting than just flying by the moon. So we'll see when, if and when that happens, how much excitement there is. But I would expect there to be quite a bit at that time. But, NASA's goal is to establish a permanent lunar presence, and it is part of their
bigger mission, which is the Moon to Mars mission. So they see this as a stepping stone, as a manned mission to Mars. And I would think if we get to the point of having a mission where we're sending people to the surface of Mars, that'll just be incredibly historic and of major interest to the public.
Can I ask you, Euro, like what books or other like readings that you're doing related to this particular topic?
Yeah, we're never going to fucking Mars.
Because yeah, like my readings have been somewhat older, meaning 2023-ish. So I would love to get like recommendations if you're open to sharing that.
It's hard for me to imagine that even Earth in its worst shape would still not be a better place to live than Mars. Like, we evolved to live here, not on Mars. I don't understand.
Mars is never going to. The whole premise too that like Elon Musk shares about, oh, we can put data centers in the universe. We can just share it in different planets.
No, he actually believes we can colonize Mars. Am I wrong on this?
Yeah, he thinks that. But it's so fucking dumb. He doesn't understand how data centers operate in the first place.
Come on now.
He's a principal, but he isn't principled.
Yeah, I'm sure Elon Musk has no idea how to do it.
He really has no fucking clue. And he is the first person that will fuck us over.
He's had less success than Elon Musk. Like, think of all the successes he's already had. I don't know why you would
If we
think
look
that.
at the Doge Act in government and what happened after, we can easily like draw a line to him. He fucked us over. Fucked us completely.
Wait, what happened?
Nothing happened. No, that's not right.
Yeah.
He should hire you,
is
actually, Elon. He should. Because your name is E, too, so it kind of fit.
So, Scott,
My name isn't Eve.
Well, the name that you put for yourself right now.
Skull, I'm kind of curious why you said that we'll never go to Mars.
I don't know, because don't you have to, like, terraform it? And, like, as Beaver was saying, like, even, like, at our worst conditions, like, going to Mars, when you're, like, I don't know, like, your skin would, like, freeze up or some shit. I don't know what the fuck would happen to you.
Yeah.
You'd, like, fucking blow up, basically, or something. Like, what the fuck?
Okay. So you weren't talking about manned missions to Mars. You were talking about like
I think maybe one day you can like orbit Mars or something on a spacecraft or something like that. But as far as building civilization on Mars, I doubt that would be like.
There is never like that won't happen in our lifetime, based on like modern technology, based on everything that we know. That it simply won't happen.
Okay, so the idea that we would be sending people first seems a little ridiculous, but when you have a look at the conglomeration of company activities that Musk is involved himself with, I think that the almost forgotten Boring Company is probably the most significant, because sure, Mars is an inhospitable environment on the surface, but building subterranean closed air systems is a lot safer than protected from a lot of the winds on Mars.
Yeah, but who wants to live like a fucking rat, like in a underground for their entire life? Because it's not even like, at least on Earth, you can get a break from it. You can go up to the surface. Like, no one wants to live like that.
Well, That's pretty to their road.
Are you the guy who lives in Emirates?
Being that you just turned around and said that you wanted to dox me, I think I'm going to decline to answer.
Or is it your other moronic friend?
Hey, Tuna, the Boring Company did an incredible project where I am, the underground project, transportation.
Was that in Las Vegas?
Yeah, it's pretty wild to see it.
Oh yeah, it was a boondoggle.
I didn't try to
listen. I prototyped it, you know. I mean, is he intending to do it anywhere else? Just curious where he's going with it. Do you know? Or Tuna?
So my thinking was always that if you've got one company that drills spaces that are airlocked underground, and one company humanoid robots, and one company that's building electric vehicles, and one company that's building satellite networks to be able to transmit information over the surface of a planet, and one company that's developing AI, and then obviously the rocket ship company. You have essentially a conglomeration of automating the colonization of Mars. That's just my thought.
The other thing, I put this in the chat. I mean, people forget, and maybe you have to also focus on why we have moon exploration. And there's an economic value to it. Although you think we're just spending the money to have prestige in the world that we got there, there's minerals, and certain minerals that are very expensive, and some of the rare earth minerals China has monopoly on, and this would give us an advantage to not have the reliance on having to get it from them. I put a couple examples of it in the chat.
That'd be interesting, thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of positive reasons to do lunar projects and exploration. So I think like the first obvious one is just the science. But the second one, of course, is a test bed for living and working beyond Earth, or they're going to use a lot of this data to help inform them on their Mars moon missions. They're also interested in like the in situ resource utilization that would be needed for a permanent presence. So like, producing water and oxygen and propellant and construction materials and all of that. And then the idea of shared infrastructures. And then finally, the thing that Abby's talking about, which is in terms of strategic and economics, which could include minerals, a variety of minerals, and other potential sources for infrastructure. Elon Musk just had a press conference not too long ago about talking about the need to put into space like energy production infrastructure.
Yeah, I don't see why we would be sharing that. That's the other thing. I'm not big on taking our enemies up into space with us. Show our technology.
Is all of this in the Constitution? I'm just saying legally. Is it
No, it's Area 51, John. You really should go check it out.
It's really different. I think it's actually very distinct. I think when it comes to scientific collaboration, we should have people that maybe aren't defined as like our, natural allies, but other individuals that are invested. And I disagree with the idea of just defining them as deviants or
What about reparations?
Sorry?
What about reparations or more entitlement programs or welfare?
I think that's a completely separate discussion.
Yeah, but it costs money. So, would you rather not spend the money there?
if I were able to like rule the world for, I would spend money on healthcare more than anything.
Vaccines versus housing? More vaccines? No housing for the homeless?
So yeah, the founding fathers back in 1787, when they were
Jesus Christ,
drafting the Constitution.
superstar.
Yeah, when they were drafting the Constitution.
Please do not take our Lord and Savior's name in vain. How dare you? That's insulting to Christians worldwide. Universally, we are.
Back in 1787, when they were drafting the Constitution, the founding fathers, when they got to Article 54, started drafting what the constraints were on future missions to Mars.
I think, though, the idea of scientific collaboration, which I think Abby was talking about, I think that is something that we would want. We would want that, like, brilliant people from all parts of the world would try to collectively get together.
But we have AI now.
Yeah, so let's just give the Russians. Let's give the Russians and the Chinese all of our information. Like, are you? No.
Are you?
No, bad.
Yeah.
No. Are you kidding?
Yeah, but Abby, I have a question for you. Do you really think that they like they don't know anymore? Like like right now in 2026, like governments know, like China knows what the U.S. does, and Russia knows what.
Right, but I don't think you have to open the door to it. You know, especially like the point I was making before about
open, right? It's not like the Soviet era where you'd have to like send a spy with like a secret camera and a briefcase to fucking go infiltrate some highly sophisticated government program. Like nowadays, it's like, look how fast China was able to build up their AI and their stealth fighter jets and stuff like that. I'm not trying to cast them anything like that, but like,
no, I hear you, but I wouldn't open the door to it, and I also think that there's a lot of intellectual stuff.
He said like a throwaway.
Heroes, you do realize when other people are talking and you're just talking over them, it makes for a really bad conversation, Hero.
I'm not Eros. What the fuck? Why did you even give me that name? That isn't my name.
Skull. I think there's different ways to look at it, but I don't think it's always the most prudent thing to, and I don't think it's going to lead to this world harmony that she's talking about. I just think that there's a lot of technology there that's also from a security vein, as well as what our satellites are doing, etc. That does not need to be shared technology. If they're spying on us, and who knows the level of the spying, but I let them figure out how to creep in if they want to, but I wouldn't open the door and just let them.
Yeah, like I think like intelligence is decentralized now, like just like what Universe was saying, like with the advent of like AI and whatnot. So like I think the more like I guess the intelligence now would be like more like political and like what is this person's next move, or like blackmail or something like that. But as far as like technology, like I think every major country has their fair share of experts who can generally probably build the same types of weaponry that the United States top scientists are doing as well.
I don't know if you're right about that.
They might not have the capability in terms of material and economy and like to afford it, but as far as like blueprint knowledge, they probably have those people.
What do you think, like what we learned from what's happening in Iran and taking out those scientists? Like at what level do you think those scientists were? I mean, that blueprint, there's enough countries that have that capability that they can learn it, but
Abby, I got a question for you. At what point does the Iran war become a genocide?
So, in terms of sharing the information, I suspect that what the U.S. will do is they will share some information like basic science, which will be of interest to the scientific community. But I suspect that there would be some certain proprietary extraction methods, for instance, and export control technology, commercial know-how that would not be shared because of the competitive interests involved.
Yeah, I just don't think it's a great idea to take a bunch of cosmonaut stuff with us, but, you know, it's different. I mean, there's been presidents that believed in that and presidents that don't.
Well, have you seen that movie ISS where the world went to war and they were all on the ISS and they basically had to like fight each other on it? I don't know if anyone's seen that movie.
Well, it's sort of happened in reality because the United States shared with the Russians the ISS for a long time, and then near the end of the program, tensions developed between the two states.
Hey, I got a question for Abby. She said that Congresswoman Sarah Lee, her girlfriend, just came home. Like, are you dating a congresswoman?
Excuse me? What are you asking me?
When the congresswoman, your girlfriend, came over to your house the other
Yeah, she was dropping off something. What's the issue? I live like around the corner. No, sweetheart.
You were dating her.
Sweetheart, I like men, and so does she. But she does live around the corner and was dropping off something that I lent her. So, but if you'd like, you know, you want to know, like, there's probably some members of Congress that go that way. You can try to figure that out if you think are, but not that one.
Abby, what do you think about the bringing a Canadian aboard this mission?
It's kind of funny. I had to sing. I had to stand for "Oh Canada" tonight at the hockey game. So it's funny that you sang that because we had Canada on our minds, and we took down the Canucks. The Flames, and had a hat trick tonight. So that was exciting. Although it was a Canadian that scored the hat trick on our team.
Congratulations.
Yeah. What do I think about that? Yeah. I don't know. That's a good one. I mean, I just, you know, that's not an enemy. I have a problem with the Russians or the Chinese being a part of our programs. But I don't know. I mean, the Canadian. Are they investing in the program? Has Canada put money in?
Yeah, they are definitely investing.
What they put in?
They also invested in the space shuttle.
They did.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're putting money in, they're an ally.
It's
So
something that if we wanted to have peace in the world, we would want to have these types of programs where we're able to collaborate, and that would be my goal. We would have the.
And Russia has a long history of inviting cosmonauts from other countries to participate in their programs.
Look, everyone can have their point of view, but if it's an ally, I don't have a problem. We share technology anyway. But I just, from what I was just explaining on some of the resources that are there, I'd like to get there first and get those resources and harvest those resources for our purposes and not be so reliant on places like China.
Yeah. I am literally if you were to look at just my background, I am probably Sorry, I'm just talking about what resources are you talking about?
Helium. Helium was one, and then REM deposits. So I just put two. There's all kinds of. If you read about the mining industry and what they believe is located there, what the value is.
Well, and that's why I said more.
I mean, I'm not a scientist, so I can't.
Some years away. That's not going to happen anytime soon.
Really? It's not what I'm reading.
I want to call out for drug.
We don't have a technology.
Reporting LGBTQ trans victim hotline 1-800-TRANS-THAT.
So this is why
did you see what I'm reading or any of that?
I wanted to state because Afi mentioned me specifically previously, and I just want to state that with regard to our engagement with foreign countries on space travel and space related engagements, I think that is an area that we have to have to make concessions and have to engage. That isn't an area that I would think to be.
Heroes, could you land your plane in 30 seconds? Thanks, Heroes. I'd like to go.
Okay, fine. Just go.
I want to point out Tuna Boy here, who has updated his PTR to Mayor Kitover, black shit lover, bald homo. First of all, as Abby also said, she is a heterosexual. I'm a heterosexual. But unlike Tuna,
you are
clearly projects some really sick stuff onto the universe. And his son is trans and he's Karen White. And Heroes, you are acting a bit Karen-ish. This is a late night discussion room.
John, sometimes
silent.
Oi, this is below the belt. Don't bring his family in the conversation, please.
He just wants to say Karen.
Rich, don't bring the family in the conversation. That's below the belt. This is pathetic.
You were the one that punches if you can't take an uppercut.
Yeah, I don't have to.
No, that's a fucking dick move and shit move.
Oh my god, where did I come into?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Guys, did you talk about Bondio? I've missed everything in the news cycle today.
He said any
Matt, Pepe, Beaver, value. Do we have a reason behind it?
Or Pepe can kick him to the audience. That would be good.
So anyways, I just want to comment on Abby's point about the technology. So as I said before, the reality of what's going to happen is there's going to be the basic science, which is going to be shared with the entire scientific community, including people from Russia and China, etc. There's going to be other technologies which the United States is going to guard because it's going to involve commercial know-how, proprietary extraction methods, export control technology, which is not going to be shared.
So this is redundant. We've already heard you say the same thing.
Yeah, it came back up again, so that's why I said it.
Then there's the question of whether we just colonize it,
And
Well,
glad he
they are
was
going to have
removed.
permanent. I mean, the goal is to have a permanent
to have
presence.
right. How big is that space station that they're talking about?
It's. I think, at least from my understanding, is that we're still collaborating with these countries for these particular missions, but we're not going to obviously give them everything. And I think Hero already stated that. I don't know if Kitover is still on the fucking stage. I hope he isn't.
Yeah, no, he's recording down at the bottom of the room. On the.
Oh, he just fucked off.
No, he's still recording.
No, he's still recording.
He's still recording.
Yeah, I think my voice has been recorded far more on this fucking application that I ever wanted it to be, but
Something funny about him that he keeps on trying to taunt me because my son was abused. It's the only gossip he knows, but what we know about Kitover is that he was expelled from the elections. He's been raising campaign finances under this mayoral thing, but all of his petitions were thrown out because they were found to only have 266 valid signatures. And so he's being investigated not only for that, but also when he got fired by the IRS. He's tried to cover his failure by saying that he sued them. That investigation is currently being headed by Carrington Hall, because the IRS doesn't really take kindly to former employees continuing misconduct after they've left. So the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration, TIGTA, they're the people that if you hear that again, Carrington Hall would like to hear from you. So I don't know. Maybe he'll go to prison soon, and then his phones can talk to each other.
As far as
current NASA plans for the size of the lunar base, they talk about a 3-stage operation, which will initially start out with crew sizes of around 2 to 4, and then expanding over time. They haven't given up.
Like how big are you talking about? Like in feet? I mean, I'm going to ask you a funny way. Is it as big as the ballroom Trump has built the White House?
No, not as big as
Just
that.
joking.
They're talking about support to run operations for a crew of 4 people.
Yeah, how much is it going to cost the American nation?
Peanuts.
American nation? What's an American nation? Is there an American nation?
Sorry, how much is it going to cost the USA?
Peanuts.
Tax dollars.
Peanuts.
Not very much.
Like literally, no, how much? No, that's worthy anything.
Sorry.
But do you pay taxes? Do you pay taxes in the United States that you have a? Is it affecting you personally?
How much do you?
No,
Okay, so do you hear us complaining? Complaining about it. I remember watching the moonwalk. It was one of the greatest moments I can remember.
Taxes ever?
Explain.
Yeah, I pay taxes in my own street. A lot of them.
Where is your country?
The country is right.
Well, to the Northern Lights, you have to go in the winter, right?
Yeah.
But can you see them in the summer there?
No, we can't see them in summer because we have daylight 24/7 in July.
Yeah.
Northern
So
Lights
so
are
how
best
much can you see?
experienced in Finland, not Iceland, and you can see it probably like January.
So in Iceland, in the summer, you can't see it.
They multiply. But in Iceland, so people either want to see complete daylight, so it's sunlight all day, all night, or they want to see the northern lights.
No, the Northern Lights. If you want to see the Northern Lights, where
you can go to Alaska.
I've seen them. I've seen them north and other places, but I was curious if I went. I've never been to Iceland. I'm curious about it. But some people go in the winter, and just for that purpose.
Finland is better for.
Why don't you just keep the north?
No, in LA, you can't because of the light pollution in England. It's really hard to see northern lights there.
Finland is definitely better.
Sorry, I heard England, not Finland.
Finland is better.
Yeah,
is what I said.
Yeah.
So
what's different?
I've never been to Finland, so I can't say it.
I've been, but not to Iceland, so curious about it. But generally, most of your tourists are there in the summer, would you say, or when?
It's either winter or summer. It's never in the autumn or spring.
So to answer your question, Abby, the size of the habitat as planned now is about 33 square meters, with a diameter of about 6.5 meters, 7.8 meters tall.
Like 120 square feet? Something like that?
So I think it would be, I'd have to do the conversion, but it's probably somewhere around 300 square feet. So like the size of a very small, what would that be, like a small studio or something. So not very big, obviously. In terms of the expense, the entire NASA budget, so not even just this moon portion and Mars portion, works out to 0.36% of total federal spending. So that's why I said it's peanuts. Like it's literally hundredths of a decimal point of a percentage of the federal spending. And the rewards are huge. So
your opinion, mate, it's a complete scam, a total waste of taxpayer money. They've spent tens of trillions over 60 years. It's just a ballistic missile system research and development project
for weapons of mass destruction, and all your propaganda and stupid square centimeters is a waste of everyone's time. And Abby is just a complete nuisance who comes to Conhouse to
Do you think if he took his energy and like put it to forces of good? Do you know what I'm saying? Like talent.
He could be the elected representative.
He could be an amazing person, but instead he has projected himself upon us.
Devoted himself.
Like the stand-up routines alone, right?
Yeah, like he would kill for like comedy clubs for sure.
Hey, Al Franken became a senator, you know?
Yeah, and
not a good one.
He would have
Zelensky was
brilliant, but he stepped away because of the fucking Me Too movement. But he should have stayed. But
that's an election I will say was stolen. His election, and I think that Norm should never have.
I don't know the nuance.
Well, Norm never have conceded it. It went to court. Norm should never have conceded it, and I think, I mean, this is my opinion on that election. You can read about it, but then I'm telling someone to Google something. But
it's an
the election Al Franken ran against Norm Coleman in Minnesota for Senate. You can read all about it when it's litigated.
I wish that I didn't have to think too much about internal politics.
The margin of difference between the two is like a couple hundred votes out of an entire state.
It was less than that. I think it was less than a couple hundred even.
Yeah,
that's why I'm asking how was it stolen?
So my point is simply that it's like, for all practical purposes, like a virtual tie. And it's unfortunate when that situation happens. There's no clear-cut winner.
They said that it was stolen. How was it stolen?
They're talking about some one-off random election. Like, why do you give a fuck? Do you think they're going to a Trump election? Like, what the fuck?
No, I want reasons for their statement.
Because it needed to be, it was so close in a state with that many voters that they really needed to take a look at and do proper recounts, and it litigated. You can, Norm conceded before he should have, and I think it may have turned, it should have turned the other way, and it very well could have likely turned the other way.
Who got more votes?
Well, that's the question.
That was the controversy, yeah.
That's the controversy of it. But you can read about it. Just go Google it. Just like John said, just go Google Norm Coleman, Al Franken, Minnesota election controversy.
No, I'm not going to go Google that because it's not my fault. You don't trust his government.
No, I think Norm Coleman was an amazing senator. Like, hello. Just sometimes you have elections that are that close that are questionable, and that was one of them. I mean, this is not about anything else other than there was issues with the counting. Yeah, there's issues with the counting. Jesus.
So all elections have some irregularities. Normally, the difference between the two parties is so great that those irregularities don't really matter. The problem is if you get into a true an election where the two sides are truly very, very close and essentially a tie, then those irregularities actually do matter, and it's very difficult to untangle.
Yeah, that's what you're used in America. We have, I think, 8 or 10 parties here in Iceland. So everything's close.
Dear, it has to do with how we recount, okay? You have 3 million votes in a state, and the recount process is expensive. It's very expensive, and to try to do a hand recount, I mean, it's a nightmare in the process. And then there is an issue with provisional votes and whether the provisional votes were properly cured. And our system is different than your system. So with that particular election, I'm answering your question. With that particular election, there was a concession done before he should have conceded. They should have gone through the process, but it was a total of almost 3 million ballots that they had to hand count. But you can read about it.
Yeah, but you do know that your own president handed in a mail-in vote.
I'm not talking about my president. I'm talking about the senator from Minnesota. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm not talking about.
Iceland has a population of 500,000 people.
Yeah, right. She has
so she's coming from a place of like fucking. They probably count all that shit in like 3 hours or something like that. And I think you're talking about Trump.
Fucking whole days.
Okay, there's like 400,000 people in Iceland. Okay, like your elections are not that serious. Like in one state in America, it's like triple the population.
That doesn't matter about the population of people. It matters about how it affects people.
No, the population does matter because it complicates things.
In elections, yes. In how we count votes, yes. But it doesn't matter about how.
Do you know what an absentee? Do you know what an absentee ballot is? Do you know how that works in the United States? So there were 650 uncounted absentee ballots. It went to court. It was a contested issue. Okay. And the margin was so incredibly close that those just as I said, there were provisional ballots that weren't properly cured and weren't properly counted. And you can read about it. It's very nuanced. It's very specific. This has nothing to do with the president who's sitting in the White House. This is a state election. Electing the senator from that state way before what year, I can't remember what year it was that he won, but it has nothing to do with
Abby, what kind of work do you do for a living?
It was 2008, by the way.
It was it was way before Trump was not even coming down the escalator. Right?
Abby, what kind of work do you do again for a living?
It doesn't matter.
No, because like Berta doesn't understand litigation. She doesn't understand like recounts. I don't understand any of this. And she's drunk at 6:34 in the morning.
Do they drink a lot in Iceland?
Oh my God, that's all they fucking do is drink.
I'm not familiar with Icelandic elections.
Icelanders are always drunk.
So I did a search and I looked for the closest ever Icelandic elections. And apparently, like, the closest one was presidential election 1952. And the winning margin was 2.76 percentage points. That's huge. That's just under 3 percentage points. So that's the closest one. So that's why you don't have that issue in Iceland. Because
they don't have there's not just two presidents up for election.
I'm saying the difference between the highest person.
No, too highest. When we voted Atla, we had I think there were 13 other people who also wanted to be president, and then were off for the ballot.
The only thing that matters is the margin between the top two. And if the closest election was 3 percentage points, that's huge. That's a huge margin difference. It's not like so close that it's difficult to figure out who's on top. This election that Abby's referring to is a couple hundred people out of 3 million. So it's incredibly close. That's what makes the difference, is how close the margin is. If the margin is very small, then error is important. When you have 3% margin difference, the errors and irregularities from voting are insignificant.
It's crazy, Euro. I live in an extremely small city in Texas, and my county has more higher population than the entire country of Iceland. It's a shithole. They're a bunch of drunks.
Yeah, and it just depends what the margin is. So, the best way to measure that margin difference is in terms of percentages to make it a level
Leo, where does that research come from?
What, that you guys are a bunch of drunkards? You are like the fourth highest levels of like intoxication for like populace in the world. I think like Finland's number one. So South Korea drinks per capita more than any other country on earth, but you guys have like the highest rates of drunks in your country.
What do they drink in South Korea?
Soju.
Sake.
No, sake is Japan. Soju is Korea. You should know BB is a drunkard yourself.
I am not a drunkard.
Oh yeah, you are. They're gonna beat your. They're gonna. BB, they're
I
gonna
just go
tie
out
you
and
down.
I have cocktails. I have cocktails at home. But
BB, they're gonna tie.
I don't drink. You're such a liar just because you're a loser.
Did you guys know that BB was at a house party? The ROTC captured her and then beat her on her feet.
No, but what I've noticed is like they're very they don't mind if you go into their rooms and talk to them.
Icelanders or Iranians?
The IRGC.
Oh yeah, they're a bunch of scumbags.
Yeah, that's for sure. So why are you terrorizing the stage with your
I
exactly?
don't know. Bertha's drunk at 6:30 in the morning, so I was just calling her out. That's all. She's got a drinking problem.
You forgot after a night shift, so fuck off.
I know, it's crazy.
What's the stuff that they drink in South Korea? What's it like? Like what kind of alcohol is it? I never heard of it.
Soju's a rice wine. It's like sake, but not hot. It's cold.
Is it any good?
They're both rice wines. Yeah, it's really good. The green bottles are really good. Soju. Yeah, it's just rice wine. It's really smooth. It's like a more smooth
It's just
vodka.
rice wine. It's sake anyway. It's just a different.
Oh my god, sake is warm. You heat sake.
No, sake is best when it's cold.
No,
Ice
you
cold.
drink warm sake.
When you drink
Soju is
warm,
cold.
you actually evaporating
Okay.
alcohol. Sake is supposed to be have the best, most expensive sakes. You cannot warm them up. They have to be had cold with ice on the rock. No, you're a retarded.
A retard with an A. We're on
It's
Clubhouse.
all rice wine anyway, so it's anything.
I know, that's what we just
made of
literally just got done saying. Use Iceland.
And what's that, vodka?
Yeah.
And then what's fourth?
I don't know. I just know chocolate. But I know like per capita South Koreans drink more than any on earth.
Hey, what is the top three of what?
The alcoholics are drinkers. South Korea drinks a ridiculous amount of alcohol. Yeah, look up what the average South Korean drinks per year. It's insane. I got it from Penn State from SOC 119 YouTube. But soju is really good.
News, I wanted your opinion. I want to ask a question about this.
Peter, I've noticed you on this app. Ogrumu Bordi Ravani Asito.
Fuck off. It is none of your business. It is me.
BB, can you just translate what Peter's saying? We can't understand because of his India.
On behalf of
during my whole life, you were not there. Why are you now?
It's another Kitover account. Kitover again.
No, it's Peter's an IRGC faggot.
Why are you here now?
Peter supports the IRGC. That's why BB doesn't like it.
کجا بودی؟ تا الان کجا بودی؟ چرا الان پیدا شدی؟
من همیشه اینجا بودم. فقط گوش میکردم.
نه برای من for me why are you here for me now
نه بخاطر که اینجا دوستای من هستم تو اینجا چیکار میکنی
where will you buy now نکبت جدت حرومی
مادر جنده
زن آزاده من تا
why did you bring this retard up
you don't like the IRGC here?
No, he's clearly like pretending to be some retard. Maybe he's like Afghani or he's definitely
No, he's Pashtun.
Sure.
Peter Peter's Pashtun.
چرا میگی ایرانی هستی؟
Yes, Pashtun.
I want to ask a question. I want to ask why this war is going to.
Was he speaking Farsi? So
Yeah,
the
he
same
was like
curse-
really
wait,
bad Farsi.
Is it the same curse in Farsi that is in Arabic? The kusma, it's the sound that's just like that.
I come from Saudi.
So it sounded like
You
this
have
in one.
all the documents. I am a student of Technical University of Berlin. I come from Saudi, Tehran. You can search it on map. Where it is.
Told you it's
I can
Pashtun.
speak Persian.
How did
much
they let
better
you
than
out of the asylum, دیوونه؟
Motherfucker, fuck off. Where will you buy now? Why are you worried about the Iranians now? You are a son of a
No,
bitch.
you coming? You're always coming into groups pretending to be like mentally unwell. You're clearly Afghani or something else. Pretending to be.
I told you it's Pashtun.
No problem.
He's talked about his Pashtun.
People of Afghanistan. Yes, I'm not racist.
Can you tell me where I can get a good rub?
I love Afghanistan. I love the people of Afghanistan. We eat together, we believe together, we have the same history together. I don't have problem. You are not in the level of people of Afghanistan and Iran. Yes, you are not.
Well, go into an Afghani room and have a conversation.
Peter, remember Bachabasi.
It's none of your business. They welcome the people of Afghanistan. It's a stage two. In the level of Afghanistan. You are not in the level of Afghanistan. You are in the level of level of Kim Jong-un. You are not in the level of Afghanistan. I promise you.
سکو وقتی همتون رو گرفتن دارتون زدن میدونم
Mullah is going to be ended to the last one.
Oh, he's saying that the Afghanis are more powerful and better fighters than the Iranians. Iranians are like the littlest operators.
Finish Mullah.
Who makes a better rub? What do you think?
Iranians.
Yeah, the Iranians, right? We haven't been able to get good Persian rugs in 47 years. Like, do you think that opens up now?
I'm gonna buy a vacation house here when I get done.
There are no wonder our country is in this state. We have to be surrounded by monkeys.
The technique of
Ooh, Abby, if you want to see somewhere really beautiful, I don't know if you've ever been there, is Kazakhstan.
No, I mean, just in the movie. Is that where Triple G is from, the boxer?
I don't know. I know the Borat movie was actually filmed in.
Yeah, I saw a boxer fight, and his name's Triple G, and I think he's from there.
Yeah, I don't know. I watched some travelers that were there. It looks like Alaska. It's beautiful.
You can ask idea of John Cena and his voice about Iran. If
Kazakhstan is probably one of the prettiest countries in the world.
This Asperger's who is racist and wants to. I want to ask if this gossip about the
Uzbek is really beautiful
are you
too.
going to leave it halfway or not? This is my only
Peter,
question.
shut the fuck up. No one cares.
What are you talking about, gossip about the end of the world? That's crazy talk.
Yes, this is crazy talk. Exactly.
Can somebody shut this retard up?
See it through.
Beaver Ken, you gotta beg him as a woman.
See it through.
Can you mute him?
Baby, you're a woman. All you have to do is talk nice to Beaver and be like, please, Beaver, can you remove him? And then he'll do it because he's a simp.
No, I have a new rule in the room. Until they do. I don't disrespect until
somebody beat me to it.
I'm more able to answer them since I come from Tehran, the people of Tehran.
Thank you. Thank you, Bima.
Thank you, Bima.
Wait, you just went?
It was like half the room. Half the stage, or other.
I can't
Most
take,
of the noises.
I can't take credit for it. It was Beaver. I'm too much of a weak.
Oh, thank you, Beaver.
That's why we need men.
Sorry, do not agree with that. The women don't ever need men.
You don't think so?
No.
You're gonna start singing like Helen Reddy or something now?
No, I'm not going to go start singing. I just women do not need men.
Yeah, you do. Are you listening?
And woman, you hear me, bro?
How?
Do not need need men? Well, from a technical
How
viewpoint,
do we need men? Why do we need men?
that's true. From some technical level, you could say that.
I really need a guy when I fly because I can never lift my suitcase onto the overhead compartment. And I'm always hoping that there's a dude. I'm always hoping there's a dude that's going to be sitting somewhere near me.
And does it work out often, Andy?
It always works out. And then I apologize and I say I have too many pairs of shoes, but
men are useful after all.
yeah, it's incredibly important that there was a guy on the plane.
No, you can get another woman to do that.
No, we're superior in every way. You beat us in handwriting and flexibility. That's only two things.
I don't know. I've been on a plane quite a few times, and there have been times when I've lifted luggage for other people into the overhead cabin. Never had a woman lift one of my bags and put it in the overhead cabinet.
I wonder if I could on the same plane as you and you
should I help a man?
lifted my bag.
I think that's
Why the fuck should I help a man?
Doesn't need one.
Yeah, you're right. There's no reason to help a man.
You answered your own fucking question, Berta. Or Berta, whatever the fuck your name.
No, I said women can do their own fucking shit. They're very multitasker, and we can procreate without men.
You can do everything without men. You should.
Yeah, I like men.
Okay, tell me how you're procreating. That's pretty interesting.
You do know there's research that we can procreate with our own bone marrow.
What?
Instead of using sperm.
Well, there's an easier way to do it, just with sperm. But in any event, you could go off.
And a more enjoyable way, just saying, also.
There's also a more enjoyable way. Or
yeah, you can still fuck and use a silicone fucking dick. You don't actually need the fucking man.
Yeah, you could go off to your own island and populate only with women.
Matt, we have a new character.
I think so. Bima, can you take the rest of this conversation?
I'm trying to process if you're really serious that we don't.
She's serious, Bima. You could tell she's serious.
I just feel like I don't want to get personal, but I do have a question of like men. Okay, no, I'm not gonna get personal. I could be better than that. Let me ask you.
No, get personal. Get personal.
Have you been like hurt by men or something?
No.
I have a feeling nobody caught my island reference to women, but oh well.
I you haven't been hurt by men.
Actually,
have you ever been loved by a man? Like, has a man like really loved you before?
Yeah, I'm in a 7-year-long relationship with a man.
You are right now?
Yeah.
Do you play hockey?
If you didn't need him, why are you with him?
I'm saying I don't need him.
So the term
R.I.P. to whoever she's
dating. I'm not saying I don't want him. I'm saying I don't need him.
On live saying this.
Okay.
Wait, so do you think Iceland has hockey players? Do they?
So when?
Yeah, we have a hockey team. We have 2 hockey teams.
Are you the enforcer?
No, 3 hockey teams. Yeah, we have a female hockey team too. Yeah.
I bet she's the enforcer.
No, I don't play.
So you're basically just using your man, right?
No, I'm just saying I don't need a man in my life.
Do you cook for him? Do you clean for him? Do you submit to him?
No.
Does he need you?
No.
Yeah, so guys, I give Iceland's population probably 20 years and it's gonna fully collapse if this is like the types of people that are coming out from there.
Yeah, and you do know that 52% of American
females over Iceland.
You do know that 52% of American females between 40 are childless.
Yeah, Iceland's probably just gonna be the first to go if this is your guys' attitude.
No, I said America.
They're talking right now, Berta, about a population collapse in the United States. Have you heard of these conversations yet?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
So Iceland's men's national
like
came in 34 in the world ranking.
Yeah, Iceland. We are right in the middle of 2 point. I think what is 2.3%. I think that's still in Iceland. Yeah.
So explain to me how I live in a place where it becomes 115 degrees in the summer and our ice hockey is better than Iceland's ice hockey. Can you help me out on that one?
Population.
No, our population's only 2.3 million where I am, and it's the desert, but with better ice hockey than you do in Iceland. Explain it.
You said 2.3 million.
Total population. But
yeah.
Right.
400,000 here.
Right, but why? But you only have ice there. You have tons of ice. We don't have ice, and we have a better ice hockey team.
Okay, no, that's a lie. We don't have ice.
Isn't Iceland mostly green, and then Greenland's mostly like ice?
Yeah, I think so.
There we go. He's right.
Why are you called the land of ice, though? I don't understand.
Wait, wasn't Lord of the Rings shot in Iceland, like parts of it?
No, New Zealand, wasn't it?
It was a real estate scam by the
I don't know about Lord of the Rings, but not the Martian, but what's the other space one called?
Definitely New Zealand, Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, that was Lord of the Rings, but what's not the Martian, but the other space movie?
So I can actually understand. I can understand Peter in the chat. He's much more easier to understand. He says, "BB is a treacherous, non-Iranian bitch."
Yeah. So Greenland is mostly ice. So to try to encourage people to go to Greenland, they called it Greenland, basically to fool people and entice people to go there.
Yeah. No. So a criminal that Icelanders isolated and sent out of the country. He found Greenland, and of course, there were the original the Eskimos, the Indians. I don't know how to call them now. They were already there, but he found Greenland. He named it Greenland to get more Icelanders there.
Just to correct you. We're not supposed to say Eskimo anymore. Or
yeah, I know.
Right? It's we get very offended when people say Eskimo or Indians. And especially from a very strong feminist woman, I think you should be sensitive to that.
Yeah, I just right now I don't remember the exact term.
Yeah, check your white privilege for that, please.
How do you feel about black people? Are there any in Iceland?
Yeah, there are black people in Iceland.
They got niggers in Iceland?
Yeah.
Oh, they have niggers in Iceland, Britta. Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
No, sorry.
There's some weird feminists out there.
No, so we call them indigenous. Yeah, indigenous.
Oh, the indigenous niggers. Oh, okay, cool.
Greenland, indigenous Greenlanders. Yeah.
Wait, can you say that? Like, repeat that?
Indigenous people from Greenland.
Okay, that's good enough.
You happy? Have enough for your president to attack Iceland now?
Donald Trump is not my president. He will be soon, but not.
He will be soon. What do you mean by that?
Oh, I'm from Canada.
Are you seriously?
Besides, Trump was targeting Greenland, not Iceland.
Did you hear what he said at his speech in Swiss?
Yes, I did.
Iceland.
Yeah, but I think it was a reference to Greenland.
No, he has dementia.
Why are people saying Trump has dementia? I don't understand.
Because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about or where he is.
Beaver, I was thinking about that the other day. Honestly, no one gets to say that.
Autism, because the way he just focuses on these journalists, it's like
every time he has to somehow like have some kind of altercation with them. It's like, by now, why don't you just ignore? Why don't you ignore? Why don't you like change the way you speak, like when you're having press conferences? And why do you have to say like these outrageous things? But like he clearly has some level of autism, but I don't think he has any illness. He's old. I mean, his job is very demanding, especially like how many wars at the same time.
No, that he is deliberately causing and choosing to inflict. Yeah.
Yeah, BB, I would just say
but
he's trying to be entertaining when he's answering all those questions.
No, he's not trying to be entertaining.
Yeah, so when you say the same thing,
no, he's doing the same shit as Biden. He's doing the same shit as Biden.
No, come on.
This is
He's doing the same shit as Biden, and he called Biden a demented, what was it, dementor, I think.
There's no comparison between Trump and Biden. Trump has.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
One
Biden.
caused 3 wars in 1 year, and one caused no wars in 4.
Oh, God.
Berta, were you saying that there were indigenous people in Iceland before the Norse came there?
No, it's in Greenland.
Oh, in Greenland. Oh, okay.
There were no.
Yeah, no.
To any knowledge, there were no indigenous people in Iceland ever.
Yeah. Okay.
Just us criminals coming from Norway, Sweden, and Denmark.
Well, you had some Irish monks.
Sorry, repeat that, spunk.
Irish monks.
We, as original Icelanders, we stole a couple of ladies from Ireland to take to Iceland. Sorry.
Wait, do you think you're like living on stolen land?
In Iceland, no.
Berta.
In Iceland, no.
No, okay. Just.
Well, it can't be stolen.
Nobody lives there. It's a volcano.
Iceland actually made the quarterfinals of the 2016 Euro Cup, which is incredible considering they only have like 300, 400.
Yeah, we won England. We won England in the Euro Cup.
Berta, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I was against the war. Question 2 is, after Trump gave a speech yesterday, there's potentially, we've been out there been doing this for 32 days. He says maybe another 3 or 4 weeks, possibly 60 to 90 days. If we're going to say like maximum, he can, hypothetically, he can get us out of this get the United States out in 90 days. He successfully changes the regime to something more democratic for the people of Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you would change your mind about how you feel about it, knowing that, it could change the trajectory of millions of people's lives?
No, I would have thought he would be more against Israel against Palestine.
Wait, could you say that again? I didn't hear that.
I would have thought, if we're talking about people's lives lost, Iran isn't that important. Israel against Palestine is way more important, especially with the new law that Israel gave that you can kill Iraqi people that have been in the army.
Whoa. What new law you're talking about? The death
He's talking about the death penalty.
Yeah,
for a terrorist. The same law we have in the United States?
Terrorist.
Yes, it is. Read the law. Yes,
Wait, I want to ask you something, Berta. From 2023 to 2025, how much people did Saudi Arabia execute?
Chop chop square.
Do you know
Saudi Arabia. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but you're never gonna complain about it, right? Because you're just choosing. They executed about 743 people.
That's not the country I was
In
talking
the
about.
Senate for 3 years.
Terrorists. No, I mean, it's silly.
It's silly. She doesn't know the law. So, Berta, the law is for terrorists. If you're convicted of terrorism, okay? Do you understand?
Yeah, but only for Palestine, not for Israel.
No, Berta.
No, that's the law.
Berta, I'm a lawyer, okay? And I know how to read the law. You are completely wrong, and it is the same law we have in the United States.
No.
If you're convicted of terrorism and you kill someone in a terrorist attack, we have the death penalty in the United States. Timothy McVeigh, look him up. Go Google Timothy McVeigh. It's the same freaking law. Why do you not have a problem with all the other countries that have that law? Only the Jews. You got a problem, right? Yeah, it sounds like it.
Palestine people.
No, it is not. But who are the terrorists? Well, tell me how many Jews have been convicted of terrorism? There's one that I know of, and it was an assassination. So could you please tell me how many?
They are terrorists right now.
Who's a terrorist? You're a terrorist? Icelanders? Are they terrorists? Are they?
So if I'm not mistaken, the law is
Sounds like
directly applied to people convicted
Who are we fucking bombing? Who are we fucking killing?
of carrying out deadly terrorism.
You guys aren't even capable, so it doesn't
It's not fucking. Not getting it. They're killing. They're bombing schools. They're bombing hospitals. That's against martial law.
What hospital?
It's against martial
One that
law,
went in the
guys.
parking lot?
It's against martial law.
It's against martial law.
Preventing.
Guys,
It's a
you
war.
guys are just
Dima,
talking
I'm
with
gonna
a
ask
clear
you can
NPC
do this one?
retard who has been like subjected
take me
to
down.
intense propaganda from whatever leftist hellhole fucking government they have in Iceland. So there's really no point.
There's no point. She doesn't know the law at all. What just got passed. Thank God they put in the death, which by the way they had the death penalty and they used it one
Only
time
for Palestine people.
No, dumbass.
Yes,
they used it
they
against
do.
a Nazi.
Yes, they do.
A Nazi. His name was Adolf Eichmann. Go look it up. The Adolf Eichmann. He was a Nazi. Give up. She's an idiot.
The depression.
Go ahead, Ocean. What do you want to say? I'm sorry.
Yeah, take me down.
Her country suffer from depression. They're so depressed they just want to be on somebody's side. And who are you talking to? Just let it go.
Yeah. So, my dear, there has been one person executed under the death penalty in Israel, and it was Eichmann. Okay. And they actually had to catch him. They had to send in a special unit to catch him in Argentina. You can read all about it. There's actually
how many has Israel killed? How many Palestinians have Israel killed?
She's the same girl who said, I don't need a man in my life. See, the difference
this is the same one.
Israel is doing so you don't need men.
I don't know. How many died on October 7th?
You don't need men or you don't need a man. Which one?
So it's not a question of numbers. I don't know why people think numbers matter. Hamas was the aggressor. They committed terrorist acts. They committed war crimes, and Israel's acting in self-defense.
Yeah, so it's okay for Israel to blow up hospitals and schools.
One that went in the parking lot?
They have blown up hospitals and schools.
Tell me about the hospital.
So what you're mistaken about?
No, they have blown up hospitals. Look it up. You're telling me to look the shit up. You look it up.
I don't need to because it went into a parking lot.
Her little Icelandic bubble or whatever the fuck she's from. And she's isolated from
Abby. So it says that 27% of all overall Icelandic people
What are you saying?
excessive drinkers that have a drinking problem.
27% of Iceland has a drinking problem?
Now check this out. Between 18 and 34, it's 42% of all of them are alcoholics.
Shows the proof.
Almost half of the fucking population 18 to 34 in Iceland are
Because of the weather, they're so fucked up.
42% of Icelanders are drunks, 18 to 34.
Send us the research.
I swear.
Put the research in the chat.
I'm not even kidding. I'm not like trolling. That I see.
So, Leo, put the research in the chat.
You want it? I'll give it.
Yeah.
I'll give it, sweetie.
27% of the population are alcoholics. That's incredible.
So what it says exactly, it says 27% of Icelandic adults exhibit high-risk, harmful drinking patterns. Teenage substance abuse is up to 42%. 40% of men and women aged 18 to 34 engage in heavy episodic drinking.
Yeah.
Thank you. We need the fucking research. Where is it?
A bunch of drunks.
Well, of the drinking
Give me the research.
There's a
Well, you will fucking hear.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not doing your work for you.
Okay. No,
listen,
look who you fucking voted for. You believe everything you fucking hear. So give me the fucking
Oh
research.
my God. Go to Google. I know you have Google. It says what percentage, I typed in what percentage.
Oh yeah, so not an actual fucking research.
Well, it's got all the fucking studies. I'm just not gonna fucking take time to actually post them. You can simply click on it.
Sounding like a real fucking Trump supporter.
I am a Trump supporter.
You're in the
voted for
Trump
Donald Trump
house.
twice.
Do you know you're in?
Yeah, I fucking know. You're all fucking demented.
You're in the Trump house. Then why did you come in here?
Abby, you
As
can.
long as you have the research to back everything up.
Berta, you're committing
Abby,
He doesn't have the research to back it up.
you met Donald Trump before. You met Donald Trump before. Do you think you have cognitive dissonance?
No. Why don't you just Skull was talking?
Yeah, I was just saying, like, her society is totally suicidal. Her birth rate is low. You have people like her. I can imagine, right? It's not even crazy for me to say that she probably has 10 other friends who think exactly like her. They don't need a man, this and that. Just the Alu Akbars are just going to take over Iceland. They're going to have their high migration or whatever, and she'll probably might see the end of the light at the end of the tunnel or whatever. But by then it might be too late or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't think there's like a.
They don't see any signs.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it doesn't even make sense to say that. So at the end of the day, talking to her is just retarded. Like,
Iceland has a higher birth rate than America.
yeah, but you guys.
You're giving birth to budget.
You guys are retarded though. Like I live in a retarded country, so I understand what it's like to be in a retarded country. But you guys are a little bit more retarded than us.
How? What's retarded? Free healthcare, free school.
Did you guys see the 60-minute piece on Iceland and how the whole economy is crashing there? The economy was devastated because they tried to switch from fishing to banking. Did you see that 60 Minutes piece? I'll put it in the chat.
Super cool. Yeah, from 2009.
It's often ranked among the happiest nations. It also has a high rate of antidepressant usage and reported depressive symptoms, particularly among young women, with a 49.8% lifetime prevalence of mental disorders reported in a 2023 study.
Yeah, because we get no vitamins. Because we get no sunlight. Can I fucking answer? Because I live here. Can I fucking answer?
What kind of antidepressants are you on, Berta?
I'm not. I'm Satash.
Liar.
I'm a Satash.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm a Satash, but I'm diagnosed. I don't have depressive disorder. I have an anxiety disorder. That's a great word to say. Disorder.
I remember those times when people would.
What did which one know?
Go around telling like strangers they just met like 5 minutes ago. People have some level of dignity and pride not to share everything private with people they just met 2 minutes ago. It's like, what happened to those times? Why is it every time you go and stay somewhere you have to to like these leftist people telling how many fucking diseases and dysfunctions or whatever the fuck they suffer, and half of it is probably just not true. They just use it to like claim some kind of a benefit, and then they go on a rampage about how it's so bad to live in the West.
Well said.
Thank you.
Didn't figure out about it.
Who wrote this?
Somebody's benefit.
I know, but the other thing,
To just fuck with us is Matt's is doing it.
the other thing that's interesting is how broke they all are. So the other part of the depression from being dark most of the year is that the whole country went under.
And we took you under too.
If the U.S. took over Greenland and Iceland, it would be a huge benefit to the people.
No, fuck off. Do not even fucking try it.
No, I'm just saying, if it did happen, it would be a huge benefit to the people there.
For one,
No.
enjoy
It would be awful.
Alberta.
It would be fucking awful to have Trump as a
Honestly, for
president.
someone that has an anxiety disorder, you're very, you disclose a lot, which to me says maybe you don't have the anxiety disorder that you think you have.
I got anxiety.
Greenland is definitely on the menu for sure.
We should take Iceland and Greenland.
I don't think we need Iceland.
I don't think so. But
It is
if you do that, then the whole of fucking Europe will come on your fucking ass.
The country had an economic disaster because of the 08 financial crisis, not because they abandoned fishing. It's because their dumbasses decided to mortgage the shit out of themselves, and they lost everything. But their economy
who also got a economic crisis? You. No, wait, you.
Was the only country after 08 that filed bankruptcy, and that's what fucking saved them.
No, you also fucked into the fucking
mirror.
banking series. Oh my god.
What happened is they rebounded quicker than other.
Berta, are you Christian?
They filed bankruptcy because they discharged all the debt legally.
Did your boyfriend a jihadist?
Yeah, but we
did lead to a quicker.
got better way before fucking America.
Did she say we fuck better? What did she say?
Fuck the fucking holidays. I was gonna rush for this fucking kukuren.
Berta, is your boyfriend a jihadist?
What?
Your boyfriend is a jihadist or what?
Is my boyfriend what?
Descend from the ancient Vikings.
Is your boyfriend a dirty Muslim?
Radicalist Muslim, some of it. Is he?
Still don't understand what the fuck you're saying.
Is your boyfriend a dirty Muslim?
If anyone had any doubts about what happened to the sanitarium, the psych ward, the public psych ward, it's become Clubhouse. Clubhouse is definitely a holding facility for individuals who don't think so good anymore. I do believe Alzheimer's and dementia. Onset dementia amongst the youth is a thing. And we all
early onset dementia is the problem with your president.
Communication.
That's the problem with your fucking president.
Why are you
Let's all have higher standards and greater quality in the content that we experience.
Greater content and quality? Are you fucking kidding me?
multiple personality, for sure. She definitely suffered from multiple personality, for sure.
No, then you have a better life quality in America than in Europe is fucking hilarious.
Europeans are getting raped by
Did she have to laugh like the Wicked Witch a little bit? Like Margaret Hamilton?
Oh my god. You do know that Europe has a better life quality, higher mortality rate, lower mortality rate, and everything. Like, God, oh, you're so fucking
Muslims. Did you know that? Every day.
Where? Where is your study coming from?
No, you are wrong.
Where is your study coming from?
Did you guys know?
Where is your study coming from?
From fuckedupeurope.com.
Yeah, it's not a study.
It's coming from people trying to say that cool, and that is fucking waste.
They like to pretend like it's not happening.
No, I would like an actual fucking study before I talk about any topic.
There's actually
It's all over the news.
The European Parliament just passed legislation to push back on Islamic migration into Europe.
Germany said
Because they are boys. Europeans take these decisions not out of racism. They take these decisions wisely.
Yeah, Iceland is not in the European Union, so that doesn't qualify for us.
Well, that's true, not directly, but you're in the European Economic Area, so often you have to incorporate. Yes, you are.
Yeah, we are in that, yeah, but I'm saying we don't apply to the laws of the European Union.
You apply some of the laws. It's a matter of...
Yeah, but that's our choice.
Well, it's a matter of negotiation, but yeah.
Yeah, in our parliament.
Yeah.
You are from England, right? Great Britain.
We all know
things that are related to trade.
Who asked that and for who?
Caputa madre.
I asked Peter. Are you from Great Britain?
Peter, can I ask
No, Peter, I'm not from Great Britain. I'm from Iceland.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
Do you know Wim Hof? Wim, what are you saying?
¿Quién me munoñara
Yeah, the wood.
Who said that?
She tries to with my temple.
Who's from Farsi? Somebody, did someone say?
And do you know these idiots in Iceland are boycotting Eurovision? They're fucking idiots.
At this stage, I would activate my
No, we don't support Israel and the
You know what? You don't get to be in Eurovision. It's so stupid.
It's not that.
Yeah, it is that.
We decided not to participate.
And you know what? You also there's a reading about it. They've had some significant anti-Semitism as well in Iceland. What a bad place.
No.
Yes. Yeah. You did. You didn't recognize. You didn't even recognize Judaism as a religion until 2021. All kinds of problems there.
Iceland sounds.
Yeah, it doesn't sound.
I didn't know.
I don't care about religion. I just do not accept.
Berta, do you realize?
Like killing children.
Berta, do you realize that's the reason you guys have fucked up weather?
No, Israel is killing children.
Because you're against Jews.
Israel is killing children.
But you're bad to Jewish people then.
Law is bad.
You got fucked up weather for that reason, bro.
Israel is killing children.
God took care of them, right?
Israel is definitely killing terrorists.
God, so no.
You don't believe in God?
No.
What do you believe in?
Iceland was cool.
Do you believe in
Do
God?
you know that Iceland is one of the most atheist countries in the world?
So you don't have crazy.
You don't. They're not even a country.
I don't believe in anything.
Wow, Abby, thank you so much. I didn't know about that.
Abby, what do you believe, Abby?
I don't believe in anything.
Hashem.
That is
really nice.
Hashem.
Are you waiting for?
I'm not waiting for anything. I'm actually waiting to hit a really good jackpot someday. Maybe Hashem will take care of that. No, I'm not. We opened the door for Elijah last night, though.
Abby, I'm down Kippa if you want to adjust your
I just opened the door for Elijah, but I'm really waiting for that big jackpot to hit the megabucks. That's what I'm waiting.
It's just a video game, sucker.
For the bomb to hit the Palestine children, apparently.
Might as well just buy a PlayStation or an Xbox, Abby. It's just a video game. Don't be a sucker. What is the Messiah that?
Elijah. I opened the door for him. The prophet.
Abby, what's the Fontainebleau Hotel like in Vegas? I saw the Fontainebleau in Vegas. It looks awesome.
It is pretty awesome. They have good restaurants there. Great bars, restaurants. Nice
Fontainebleau.
Oh yeah, but that's a different Fontainebleau.
I believe in your right to believe in what
It's a really nice hotel, though. It's big.
Abby's happy about the diversity of.
I'm very happy about the restaurants that are in there. They're excellent.
Would you recommend
I would recommend Wynn.
Vegas or in Miami?
I would recommend the Wynn over it.
What's better for living, Vegas or Miami?
So like Palmetto Bus?
On the money. Vegas. You need cockroaches?
There's too many hoes in Miami.
Well, there's too many hoes everywhere, dude. How many times have you met Steve Wynn, Abby?
He's a very nice man.
What do you think about his plastic surgeon?
He's had several.
What do you think about David Copperfield having to retire after the Epstein drop?
He has lovely children that are here.
You know David Copperfield? David
I
Copperfield?
know his kids.
Are they Epstein's kids?
No, he has two beautiful children that live here.
I know they had Epstein's. Was Epstein
Pardon me? No, he's got a beautiful wife. She was a model. It was actually his baby mama. I don't think they ever officially married. She's a beautiful woman, and she had two. They actually came in the room to ask.
That's what we were trying to get at. Did she release too much? Did she fuck it up?
I've been busy with the 10 plagues. Could someone tell me why she got fired? Does anyone know the story?
She fucked it up. She fucked it up.
What is the official line?
That's what's up. She wasn't trailing. She wasn't pulling the Jewish narrative.
What was the I saw her statement. I saw her statement. It was she praised the administration.
Yeah. No,
So what's the official statement from the administration?
She wasn't providing sufficient movement on the cases the administration wanted to push forward.
There was a rumor she tipped off Swalwell.
Yeah, what was?
Yeah, it was just.
Do you believe that, Beaver? Like, what is the story with that? That they were going to investigate? I mean, they've already investigated him. No, what? So what was the?
It was just preventing it.
Essentially, I've got big
forward.
Sorry, what did you say, Matt?
She was just preventing it from going forward and preventing all the evidence, supposedly.
And he's running for governor, right?
Yeah.
And so is that just conjecture, or was there an actual statement about that?
No, I only heard it on Clubhouse so far. I haven't found it anywhere else, but Naveen brought it up, or King Nav. Yeah.
He usually knows stuff.
Yeah.
But she issued a very nice statement praising the administration.
And the administration gave her a nice statement too. It was very cordial exit.
And they're saying possibly that Lee Zeldin might be appointed, which is great. I mean, he's a very bright guy.
Yeah, well, Todd Blanche is acting.
So, what do you guys think about the Army general that was told to retire by Pete Hegseth? What do you think the reasoning behind that was? I'm hearing things like, oh, maybe he was kind of anti-invasion, ground troops, or whatnot.
I want to read about it. I don't even know about it. Do you know the name?
I'll find it. There was three different types of. I don't know if they're all generals, but let me see.
Wait, what was the question?
Man, I miss one day and there's so much in the news cycle. It's so crazy.
Yeah, it was a busy news day.
The news cycle is getting crazy for my style. I don't know how to digest it. Can you help me? And there are some contradicting news. This war. I am very willing to talk about this.
Just get the newspaper.
Okay, yeah, so U.S. Defense Secretary Hegseth asked Army Chief of Staff Randy George to step down from his post. This was 9 hours ago, according to BBC.
Oh, yeah.
So he's the guy that oversees, like, the whole Army, like, division, right? Or whatever. Sorry, I don't know if I'm not American, whatever. But he's basically the top brass in that, so it's very important. It's not just some random.
So you think that if I buy a newspaper,
he didn't step up the tempo on this? So he fired him because he's a woke West Point pussy, and he replaced him with a University of Arizona general who's going to kick some ass.
Well, I guess that's the story then.
We'll see. It's not working so far.
Saying that they're going to send in commandos, and they already have a plan to take the uranium dust and put it in some type of secured container for removal, and they're sending in the commandos. Green Berets, Special Force Delta Operator 9 Rainbow 69.
Yeah, that's gonna work. They've got all that excavation equipment that they're pushing out there too. It'll take them a month to dig it out.
Get that Apple show, the Iran thing, and like that's definitely predictive programming on Apple's behalf. How did they know that we were going to go in?
Yeah, it was called. Actually, if you play the video game Battlefield, they actually have an entire section of like a shootout on the Karg Island or whatever it's called.
Did they really?
And that was like years ago.
Wow. I mean, did you ever watch Homeland? That's a series? Because the last season of Homeland predicted the Taliban coming back in Afghanistan. It's pretty wild.
The season of Homeland was about IRGC. I watched that, the series.
Did you see that guy Breacher or whatever his name is? He attacked his neighbor. Fucking ass.
Oh, because he was on his motorcycle?
A fucking prick.
Yeah. He was speeding up and down the neighborhood street or whatever. Somebody got pissed off and he beat the shit out of his neighbor.
I think that the Strait of Hormuz can be opened by United States very soon in half a day. Why don't they? Is there a point to keep the strength of IRGC?
Yeah, apparently we can just open it up in half a day, but we just don't do it for some reason.
They have to stop blackmailing. $2 million a ship? $2 million a ship to be in a public waterway? Fucking terrorist, cocksucking, blackmailing terrorists. Blow them all up. Don't send them $2 million. Send them an artillery round.
I wouldn't call it a public waterway if Iran's
pushing. It's public now.
Is it?
Yes, I think that needs artillery.
I don't know if it is because gasoline is $4.09 a gallon in my neighborhood.
Oh, that's good.
Because the United States
$10 now.
It's actually worse. It's actually
82 cents here. Yeah, get fucked.
Was that gas? You know what's nuts? Gas prices were better when Biden was president.
Even with the war, yes, Trump could have managed it better than Biden.
Trump is going to hit them so hard over the next 3 weeks now that we finally get this West Point post on the Pentagon. This University of Arizona general is a wildcat. They say that single-handedly he destroyed over 200 Taliban terrorists with his bare hands. Didn't even use an M16A4. He used his hand.
Wow. Well, they just destroyed a bridge, right? So that's
do you think that's going to change? Do you think that's going to change gas prices in the next couple of months?
Just go buy a Tesla and just charge up electrically, and then go in the boring hole and just go to the next play the next.
I'd rather not. I'd
so
rather
you can pay
not,
Abby's mortgage. Who cares?
I'd rather not have to buy a shiny new vehicle. I'd rather just keep the one that I have that I've already paid off. What do you think is going to happen in the midterms when gasoline is still $4 and fucking 50 cents a gallon?
What are you talking about?
Huh? What? I think I accidentally talked over you. What'd you say?
I think that the people are wiser.
Talk to Peter the watermelon. Peter knows all the answers.
All those decomposing bodies that got strangled will produce all the gases.
Speak.
I prefer that mullah be dealt by United States. I prefer that the mullah is going to be dealt with United States, so we would be able to make long-term relationships in different areas, not just petrol and energy. In a lot of strategic areas, Iran is locked out of the mainland of the world by mullah.
Beautiful statement, Peter. I hope we can achieve the peace that you dream. Utopia now.
That's what you sound like, John.
Not just the peace, more financial relationships for later benefits between the countries, because we maintain this if we make it. If we make this kind of alliance.
Peter, can you call your cousin Mahmoud on Carg Island in the foxhole and tell him to come out with his hands up?
You see me as one of them. I don't have anything to you for clarification to you. If you see me as one of them, I don't know what to say. Especially
transplant surgery in Tehran. So I was wondering how much a 50,000 follicle hair transplant might cost me.
If he was my cousin, would I have been requesting you to fuck them hard?
Yeah.
You're wrong.
I was thinking, since the real is worth like 1/1,000,000th of a US dollar, if I got 50,000.
Matt, I can understand them better. It's like become easier suddenly.
Yeah, I just noticed that too. Interesting, right?
So what does everyone think? What do you guys think is going to happen in the midterms?
Already had midterms. What are you talking about? We got the November elections coming.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking what everyone thinks is going to happen in the midterms in November.
Those could be some primary midterm.
I think Republicans are fucked if it keeps the same way it's going.
Yeah, me too.
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that?
Gasoline is $4 and
well, listen, Austin, I think you might be in your own little bubble with all that. That's all. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think it's a general consensus. You think your view is a general consensus?
You think that? Well, I live in an area that's not like, there's California where it's like, dollars a gallon usually. I don't live in an area where it's usually.
Well, I'm just talking about how the Iran war is so popular.
Because it is really strategic.
You're saying it is or is it not popular?
It's not. It's not very popular.
No, it's not. I don't think it's popular.
That's great news for us.
It depends on your describing from popularity. How do you define popularity in this?
I don't understand what side you're coming from, because obviously you have been saying, Ahmed, I thought you would understand that meant I felt most Americans were not too excited about this war.
Is this that TDS Maximilian, the guy he's been spending his whole life for many years now with horrific TDS?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know what that acronym means, so I guess you're erroneous.
TDS means derangement syndrome.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
You don't have to have TDS be upset about the war and what.
No, yeah, obviously not.
The economy.
No, you might have some critical
markets. PTR, sometimes he starts shaking and starts screaming when he talks about Trump. He gets very angry about the orange.
So you're talking about me? Are you talking about me?
I haven't heard anything about that.
No, I think you're erroneous. You might have me confused with someone else.
So you like Donald Trump then?
No, there's parts of him I like.
His hair? Do you like his hair?
Yeah, I think the orangutan look is going to come back. I like how he's monkeying around with everything.
So what do we think is
Obama?
Hey, I'd like to hear Austin.
Did you like Obama's hair? Did you like Obama's hair too?
Obama's so slick he could just slide through a camel's toe.
So what do we think is going to happen in the midterms in November?
I just said I think the Republicans are going to get fucked.
I agree. I think you and I are the only ones that have given our opinions so far.
I think it's going to be okay. He'll turn around. He'll be close, but he'll pull it off.
I don't know. I'm going to make a lot of money selling handkerchiefs to Republicans.
245.
Do you want to put money on that?
I think the war's obviously going to be ended. Inflation will be down. I mean, we go down a list of things that are going to, make it work.
How is inflation going to be down when gasoline is $4?
Well, it's going to go down.
Because people in November are not thinking about what they paid for gasoline in March.
Well, she's right about that short-term memory.
Yeah.
So you think it's going down? So you think
it's just saying if you talk to people involved in politics, what they're feeling in November when they go to the polls, or even end of October if they early vote, not what they're feeling in February and March and the price.
The truth is, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because the egg has been cracked. You can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. That's the point.
Abby, what do you think gas prices are going to be in November, between now and November?
It'll be less.
150 to 200.
You think so?
Yep, I think
If
it'll be less.
they can't get control of the strait, then sure.
You guys are ridiculous if you think the Democrats are going to win solely because of the gas $2 a gallon. It's just not.
And the economy.
I think the short-term memory effect is the thing. Humpty Dumpty has been cracked, and he's never getting put back together again. This is
I don't know what that means.
That means that Trump has launched us into a new age, and there's no going back. That means total war, and that means a land invasion with tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of U.S. soldiers to completely destroy the IRGC.
Yeah, and they're transferring to a war. They're transferring to a war economy now.
We not win this war by dropping bombs and shooting rockets. We have in the infantry.
You think everybody's going to be happy about that?
Not at all. Not at all.
I don't think they are. I
was around when the Vietnam War was happening.
I know how they're going to be happy about it around the midterms.
Point. It doesn't matter what people are. They're happy or not. It just doesn't matter anymore. He has changed the entire timeline.
Look, you could be married and your spouse totally changed and became horrible, but that doesn't mean you have to stay married to them.
Yeah, I don't know what Alistair was saying.
Hey, Alistair, why did you name yourself after a black magician?
Because he's an...
I'm trying to say we elect a new Caesar every 4 years, and it doesn't matter who's in Congress because our Caesar is leading Rome. And when the Congress and the Senate refuse to govern, our Caesar, the orange glorious MAGA one, will take up the reins of responsibility and achieve our destiny.
Oh my gosh. I think he makes a good Caesar salad. That's about all Trump can do. A lot of anchovies. Trump is. No, I think you're just kind of silly in a tunnel vision there, idealistic or armchair warrior or just enjoying it.
Does no one? Did you attend the No Kings protests or what? Does no one here remember Trump running on? I bet he did. No new forever wars. Somebody go around the No Kings protests were gay.
It's the women with the stretch pants. I'm sure that's
All the people who were
pink stretch pants.
Yeah, hey, I'll answer that. So, like, from my perspective, like, I actually believe that, but I don't think that this was an intended war. I think that they had a timeline, whether it was 3 days or a week, and somebody gave, like, either false information or something, but they didn't understand that they're dealing with, religious fanatics who don't really care. They thought when the decapitation strike would have happened a couple weeks ago that there'd be instant, people, in government basically, giving up, right?
So we accidentally bombed Iran, is what you're saying?
No, I didn't. No, it was a purpose. It was on purpose, but they thought that, this is just my opinion, that they thought it would be over within a week, just like the Venezuela type situation.
No, Trump thought
just like Vietnam, just like Iraq. All those other wonderful wars.
This was a bipartisan Democrat late-term abortion.
What does that mean?
At least that's funny.
The first example of its own.
I'm sorry, but the Democrats here have decided to abort you and your family. Good luck. Hope that you'll come back to Planned Parenthood soon.
Who are you talking about there, Alistair?
Peter, if we accidentally kill you and your family, it's just a Democrat bipartisan international late-term abortion program. It's fully funded, though. It's not part of the unfunded lineup.
Well, at least that's funny.
They spent a lot of neurons to make this kind of bullshit, didn't you?
Just Maximilian, just make sure your family isn't in a private schoolgirls school, and you'll be fine. Trump won't.
Well, you don't even understand how I feel about all that, but regardless, I think Alistair is wearing a condom over his head.
As long as you keep your kids out of Iranian schools, Trump won't bomb them.
Do you think they intentionally were looking for a school to bomb? Is that what you said? Are you saying? No, Peter, I'm talking. Do you think that they intentionally looked for a girls' school to bomb? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that's what happened.
But I didn't ask you that. I said, do you think that they intentionally looked for a girls' school to bomb?
What does it matter?
Intent is everything. You think that he intended?
I would actually disagree.
I asked a direct. I'm talking.
Well, you asked me
I'm talking. I asked a direct question. And you're talking over me. Asshole.
Yes, you did it.
You're talking over me.
You're talking over me while I'm trying to answer your question. You asked me a question, and now you won't let me answer.
Why don't you guys get a room?
You asked me a question, I start to answer it. You start talking over me, and then you're saying I'm talking over you.
I'm probably like fat. I specifically asked, do you think they intended, and their intent is to find a girls' school to bomb?
Do you think those little girls care? Do you think their families care?
I don't even know if there were little girls, because I don't believe the IRGC anyway.
They want to find the guilty.
You didn't answer the question.
The IRGC is not just reported by the IRGC.
The U.S. government intended to find a girls' school to bomb.
You're just going to deny the claims because you're
deflecting the question. You're deflecting the question. You were asked a direct question.
I'm not accepting your premise.
Yeah, but she's not denying the claim. It could be very well that a United States bomb landed on a girls' school. She's talking about the intent.
Was the United States intent to bomb a civilian facility?
What does the intent matter, though?
Because
that's why we have the fucking Geneva Convention, because of intent. Like, what are you intending to do?
What is intent? Do you know anything about the law? Motivation causes the. No,
So
this
you're
is
saying,
brilliant.
so
Do you know anything about the law?
so you're saying as long as you pretend not to care or
No.
have intended to do something, then
I specifically asked a question. Do you think the U.S. military intended to bomb?
I think they intended for that bomb to land where it landed.
Incompetence with the U.S. Army? Come on.
I asked, do you think they intended to find a girls' school to bomb?
I think the bomb landed. Do you think that it landed?
Seek out girls' schools with their intent to bomb girls' schools. Just doesn't.
When the U.S. kills civilians and citizens
if something inadvertently,
and children,
if something was
it's an accident.
It was
when
an accident.
the other side does it, it's intentional and.
Yeah, because the other side targets civilians.
Okay.
It specifically targets. Are you in favor of the IRC? Is that JAM? Is that like your group? You think they're cool? They're great? Do you like what they're doing? I think we found an IRGC guy here.
I think that the U.S. has killed more children
Have you
so
met
far than
Mima?
Iran has.
So it's okay for the IRGC and its proxies to tend to kill civilians, and they target civilians. We know that. They haven't? What do you mean they haven't?
How many thousands of civilians have died so far in all these bombings on the Iran side?
Well, let's start with October 7th. Thousands. October 7th was 1,300 people on this place.
On October 7th.
I mean, I can go back to 19. Can I speak without being? I can't mute him because can someone mute him so I can?
Yeah, you're on mute. We're going back and forth here.
Okay, so since for the 47 years, would you like to know how many people, civilians as well as military personnel, have died at the hands of the IRGC? Is that the question you're asking me? Because I will answer it. We can start with 1983, well, with the hostages that were taken in 1979, but then we can go to 1983 to Beirut and look at the Marine barracks and how many Marines, I think it was 240, 260 Marines. And then we can go to the embassy and the embassy personnel as well as civilians also in Beirut.
Go back to the 1940s.
You asked a question and I'm the IRGC and how many people, you said they haven't killed people. They haven't, so I'm talking about things that they were directly involved with through their proxies, their funding, or their direct actions. So, you want me to keep going to the list? Buenos Aires.
Sure.
They like to do car bombs. That's one of their.
Well, it's interesting that you have to go all the way back to the 1970s.
No, I'm not in the 70s. Actually, I'm actually in the 90s now in Buenos Aires, and then I can get into the 2000s. Or we could just talk about the more recent stuff, if that's what you want to hear. You want to hear about the assassination attempts in the United States? Would you like to hear about the foiled ones?
How many Middle Eastern countries have Iran invaded and bombed versus Israel and the United States?
Iran bombed Israel. Iran has bombed the UAE. Iran has bombed Saudi Arabia. Iran has bombed Iraq. Iran has bombed Jordan. Iran has bombed Syria. They have now bombed Turkey, Cyprus.
Since when?
Did you not read the newspaper?
Are you talking about the past couple of months?
Some are the past couple of months, but some Israel they bombed April a year ago, and then prior to that, another attack. They've bombed Israel with with ballistic missiles. Now,
they fought after Israel bombed them.
Israel didn't bomb them. They came in and bombed Israel.
Iran is just bombing up Israel?
Yeah, certainly. April 5th of, 2 years ago now, when they came in with their ballistic missiles?
After Israel attacked them and blew up their shit?
After Iran's proxies attacked Israel?
Yeah, I mean, Iran's proxies went into a music fucking festival with young kids and butchered and raped and murdered, and in front of family members. They went into villages, into kibbutzes on one day.
They even big
So you're talking about October 7th again?
Yeah, and that was Iran. Okay?
I don't think it was Iran.
It was Iran. It's Hamas. It's the proxy. They are a direct proxy.
War that happened, Islamic Republic fired missiles at Israel, and it's just after 7th October. It's not even 7th October.
No, it wasn't. It was April, right? When they went in? When they bombed 200. No, this is before the 12-day war. That was in June. This is prior to that. They shot about 250 ballistic missiles. When they shot the ballistic missiles, they destroyed a hospital in southern Israel, Soroka Hospital. They also destroyed the Weizmann Institute. Excuse me, it's a huge hospital in southern Israel that, by the way, takes care of Arab population in the Negev. Can I finish? They then bombed the Weizmann Institute. The Weizmann Institute. What's Palestine? I don't even know what that is. They bombed the Weizmann Institute.
Not to know what Palestine is.
No, I don't know what it is. They bombed the Weizmann Institute.
Well, that's your
problem. They tried to bomb They tried to bomb within Tel Aviv. They missed the defense ministry, which they were aiming for. They shot guns in buildings. That was back in April. Hit civilians. The air defense were not able to catch all of what they shot. It was about 250 missiles. Yes, they have shot into Israel. They've also on U.S. soil, have attacked on U.S. soil. Most of them we have stopped before they finalize their attack.
Soil attacks you're talking about.
John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, the Saudi ambassador in a restaurant in Washington.
No, they bombed Washington?
No, I said they had attacks that were foiled attacks in Washington. There's a laundry list of stuff. You want to hear everything that they involve? I feel like 50, 60 items that I haven't even touched on the Houthis or Hezbollah. A little bit on Hezbollah.
Who tried to assassinate Masih Alinejad, who is an American-Iranian journalist inside the mainland of United States.
Yeah, what was the Iranian woman that lives in Brooklyn that they went after?
The same woman that he's...
Found an assassination coup against our president. That's a lovely thing that I read. Took American soldiers on a ship and made them get down on their knees and blindfolded them on a ship. Remember that one?
Telling me that Michael Crooks, poor little Michael Crooks, the assassin of Trump, was an Iranian asset? Michael Crooks, are you sure he wasn't CIA? Are you sure?
Talking about the plot. It's a different plot. It's a different plot.
We're just
a different plot, John.
Right now, they're sending text messages to people and asking them to join this campaign to killing Trump. They're just setting and putting wars in there, just randomly texting to whole nation. Like, what are you talking about? They did it before in Europe. Celebrities, artists, politicians.
Yeah, they put like fat brass on people's heads.
I haven't gotten any
texts.
They actually managed to attack that Salman Rushdie. He lost an eye in one attack.
I heard Larry David are on the run.
Yeah, it was under the fatwa of Ayatollah Khomeini. Because of that, they tried to kill him.
The amount of hatred and destruction people spread, it's just crazy. I mean, I really hope Trump doesn't pull out.
That's what she said.
It would be good for everyone to just get rid of these people once and for all.
The pull-out method has some complications.
Why do you laugh at this shit so?
Just hope he pulls out in time.
You're claiming for the girls who were dead in the school in the same time you're...
see the video of the Muslims in El Paso, Texas, with their 3-year-old and 6-year-old brides going to temple, or I mean, to the, you know, to the.
Those Muslims do.
That's why we
I just found a list of about, it looks like about 50 items that I have on here. I forgot about the hijacking of a U.S. airline, TWA 847.
You forgot about the Ukrainian flights.
Yeah. Oh. How about the suicide bombing? The suicide bombing of Buenos Aires, 85 people were killed. 21 people in Panama killed. The bombing there. They used truck bombing in the Kitover Towers in Saudi Arabia. 19 killed.
We can talk about all the.
How about the assassination?
All the terrorists that we funded and all the bombing runs we've done in the Middle East.
How about the assassination of the Lebanese Prime Minister?
You're wasted. You're wasted.
Buddy, I'm answering the question. You think that they've never attacked out of Iran? Well, guess what? Breaking the news to you. Lots of attacks.
None of my friends have told me about how they've been shot at or bombed or. Was it Ohio?
I have a friend.
Can't do shit. The big boss.
I have a lot of friends that were shot at and attacked. I have a friend that died.
In Ohio or
another friend. Actually, I have a friend in Washington that had a murder plot against him from Iran.
He died?
No, they caught them and nothing happened because they caught them.
Oh, okay.
In Washington, D.C. What?
The FBI sure seems to be able to trick a lot of people into trying to kill people.
Oh my God.
FBI tricked people into trying to kill this man? Is that what you're saying? You're delusional.
You're just giving me like, oh, they could have done.
They foiled the assassination. They foiled the assassination attempt against an ambassador from another country in Washington.
Yes.
Well, you're literally an ungrateful piece of shit American.
Yeah, sounds like it.
But wait, hey, did you just not believe that?
Doesn't it sound like someone?
Do you not believe that the IRGC puts hits on people?
Idiot, California.
Is that what you don't believe?
He doesn't believe it because they're his friends.
Well, I don't believe it because I haven't. Anyone has yet to tell me anyone who's been assassinated by the.
All right. Hey, so basically they literally say it themselves. So there's something called a fatwa that the supreme leader can literally dictate by himself. There's no Congress, there's no parliament, there's no second decision maker. He can put a hit out wherever he wants, who he has before, and then
sure sounds familiar.
And then also,
What's a fatwa? Is that like a Reuben sandwich?
Yeah, it sounds like a sandwich. Also, they scream death to America in their parliament, right?
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Well, you know, our politicians did bomb Iran in school.
They did.
Oh yeah, they did. In the parliament that got bombed. No, it's not even a parliament.
Well, Lindsey Graham's on vacation in Disney, so clearly the American leadership is not worried about this tiny little war.
Because he is not overview. He's just overviewing. He's activist. He's a bit of field. He's senator.
What the fuck is Peter talking about?
I'm talking about Lindsey.
Don't get tricked, bro. He says that.
Lindsey Graham?
You are talking
Peter, you can go to Dubai. We will protect you.
Peter, you see what you did? You see what you did?
You didn't shock
anybody, Peter. Get your fucking English right, bro. Get some accent.
You need to accustom your
yourself.
Young piece of shit. Like, I don't know, like, why you're rooting for my country.
Because I have good political vision you don't have.
You don't have shit, bro. You drive Amazon packages safely to fucking clients.
You don't have any idea. You
Europe.
don't have any idea. I think
I make more than you, bro.
But I come from somewhere.
Just shut your mouth, bro. Just shut your mouth.
And he hasn't even blown anything up yet.
Do you think the $10 auto tip on Amazon deliveries is too much for Amazon Fresh? Shouldn't it be lower, like $2 to $5? $10 is pretty high for a set tip.
Oh God! How easily is my phone?
You're right.
What? What is it?
They got to
How easily is my father's land?
Peter, when are they officially renaming Iran and getting the Islamic part out of the name of the country?
Sorry, can you please repeat? I couldn't get exactly.
Peter, please.
Are they really renaming Iran Trumpistan?
These guys are tricking you.
I think that yes, Trump. I don't have any answer.
Are you dumb, Peter?
Are you
dumb? Because I think it's just a language.
Don't say that to Peter. Peter's my friend.
I think the accent's a little exaggerated. It's a bit of an exaggerated accent.
Peter, have you ever been able to find an extra large hat?
Peter, have you ever sucked a dick before?
You know, extra large hat.
Something.
Everybody has something in their mouth. For example,
Peter,
You guys are buying up all the extra hats.
So what's your name in your ID? Asghar or
I think Peter is a relative of Pepe.
Akbar?
It's Porad.
Don't feel
It's
bad.
EHSAN.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Peter, when did you meet Jay Leno, and when did he let you his jacket?
I genuinely don't know why do I have to be an Iranian when Peter is Iranian.
Tough question.
Peter is fucking embarrassing, man.
Yeah, bro. Guys like Peter makes me like, oh my God, why the hell are you stressing yourself so much? Like, look at these guys. I'm sorry, Peter.
Peter, have you downloaded the Temu app, and have you ever shopped on?
Have you?
Yes, I shopped on Temu, but it was shitty. It was not a good thing. I shopped on Amazon.
It was very shitty, huh?
It was very shitty.
Peter Kardashian.
Fucking name, man.
That's when an Afghan guy trying to be Persian, and that's what happens.
Imagine what they have to do with Iran because people like
Rich, what do you have to say
one of the
about
fairs, like you have like millions of them, and that's why we have these people in power that we have. It's because of people like him.
Rich, what do you have to say about this?
You really think Peter's responsible for the problem? Come
No,
on,
but
Pete.
they got
Guys like Peter. So many.
In the mainland, in the big cities, the wealthier people, the educated people, turned against like the upper class Iranians, and this is how it all goes wrong.
Is there anything funny?
I can't do so this. No other gossip I can make on these two different machines. Just the time.
مثل تو اینجوری گریه میکنه و دیوونه بالا.
Don't speak Persian, guys.
Personally, I love the saying of Chairman Mao when he said that women hold half the sky. I'm just wondering how much personal responsibility are Iranian women willing to accept for this war? Do Iranian women have to take some blame or any personal responsibility for this war?
Iranian women just want to get rid of this regime so they can go to the beach and wear their bikinis and drink alcohol and do what the fuck they want to do.
For example,
It's right for them to be whores.
They cannot study civil engineering and work in the
So
country.
you think my cousin Tommy from Georgia should go to Tehran to fight so women could go drink in bikinis at pools? I like that idea.
Only reason.
Well, they should go to Vegas.
Yeah, bring some tourism.
Should be able to be whores.
Some normal people. Some foreigners, some investments, some friendlier ties with our neighbors, with the rest of the world. Be part of the world. Be part of the world. Not constantly held hostage by bloodthirsty, belligerent.
These guys are trolling you, BB. Don't waste your energy, BB.
Like American women, we should send our boys to die so that Iranian women can be whores.
Can't you just prevent the war right now? Just update to the sexy PTR. Can't you prevent the war now, BB?
It's sensitive. We have to see it through.
Peter,
just update your PTR with a sexy PTR and you can prevent war.
Oh, you have enough. Nobody studio. Oh, you have
Bir de
enough.
kişiden tüsede ben mi acıdı?
To answer all these gossips. If you are not strong enough to tolerate all, you have strong. No worries.
It's
a lot of eggs. You have eaten a lot of eggs.
No, you know why women like me rebel so much in this way? It's just because this is exactly what they want to take away from women. And that's why, they want to take
the ability to be a whore.
Away from
driver's licenses.
Yeah, smoke cigarettes, drink alcohol,
you run out Iranian.
Look at my ass.
They
I want to post a selfie of my.
If they're not worried about getting killed or going to prison or having their nails pulled out or whatever.
Pictures of their ass on the
they're like, go and look at videos of pictures from
She said that so women can go to the beach in bikinis, right? You told me, have you ever dated a woman who went to the beach in her bikini?
In my own country, wear a bikini and
has any of your exes ever wore a bikini? Hey, wait, hold up. Has your mother wore a bikini? Because if so, then she's a whore. Has your sister worn a bikini? She's a whore.
Good point.
Will there be trans rights?
Okay, Alistair, chill.
Is your mom a whore?
Listen,
will there
dude,
be
hey.
LGBTQ rights?
No, she would never.
They're probably
LGBTQ rights.
There's like 20 people.
Peter, will there be LGBTQ rights?
Listen, you know that
Okay, see, this is the thing what you guys are doing. You guys are being so hyperbolic. You're taking the extreme point of sexualization, like including porn, trans, and things. When BB says, wait, hold on, let me finish my talk. You can argue after. When BB says the women to be free, maybe go to the beach, have on a bikini or something. Simple things that Americans and people in the West shut up. Simple things that women in the West take for advantage, right? She wants the Iranian women to be able to do so, and then you guys just jump to, they're going to be OnlyFans whores. That's why we're going to go and die more because they're going to be OnlyFans whores. Like, you guys sound fucking retarded. You guys sound fucking low IQ and stupid.
Does your mom sell any content? Because I might subscribe.
So no surprises there.
What, BB?
At the end, he said something.
Austin, can I get your mom's tree link? To click on?
I set her up with one,
Yeah.
She's very old-fashioned.
I like the mold. Trust me.
The more wrinkles, the better.
Yeah, bro. I'm coming for your mom, bro. When you talking nonsense about my woman, about a Persian woman,
about your woman,
I would create your fucking mom at 2 a.m., you know? I'll fucking top it up with some cheesecake.
We are not in that extreme. I wasn't diminished or never do that.
You have a woman in here?
Austin, is your mom a whore?
It's definitely Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin is experiencing hundreds of billions of dollars in additional annual net income, and now America is bogged down on over 6 battlefronts. When will this regime change and international policing finally come to an end? Hello?
You're asking for regime change for Trump?
No, we're asking, we want peace, but we want victory.
Wouldn't it be crazy, though, if some other country came and assassinated Trump?
Switch energy now, huh?
It is very crazy.
Now you guys are trying to be like good buddies.
Hey, you sound like a fucking pussy and a traitor to your own country.
Puria, are you albino?
Alias, is your mom a whore?
Puria, are you albino?
Alias,
I think that we need to rethink about the level of this discussion.
I agree. Puria, can you confirm you're albino and did you get those glasses at Chuck E. Cheese?
Continue.
Well, I'm about to go to sleep. These are my final parting troll shots.
Not bad.
We're doing shots?
No. I was tempted to do a Belgian waffle with some Nutella on it, but it's so light.
The only Nutellas are the nuts from you.
Is this room a you problem or is it a me problem?
You.
This is not a problem. This is a solution to the problem.
So if you said you just
it's your
projected
mom's
that
problem,
your
dude.
I'm doing a shot. If anybody's gonna do one with me,
It's already
Pickle shot time, boys and girls. Pickle shot time. Old one and the cold one. Peter, you don't know what that is, but that's okay. We'll soon open a bar in your new neighborhood.
You don't.
I'm doing a double, so
John said he's going to eat some new waffles.
I talked to Jared Kushner this morning, and he said they're planning on cloning the Gaza build-out.
he said Shabbat Shalom.
Pussies like you cannot last a single day in Iran, bro.
He's like, we already got the master plans for Gaza. We'll just overlay it on Tehran after we bomb it and send it all to the Stone Age.
What the fuck are you yelling?
Pussies like you gonna get bullied in Iran, bro. Trust me. You can't last a single day.
Yeah, that's the same thing. We met a 260-pound Marine from Iowa with 80,000 rounds of ammunition. Not yet, but you will.
Damn, some pussy.
We think that it can be a full-scale war.
Peter, shut your bitch ass up.
United States and
all right.
Mullah has
Whoever's doing a shot with me, we're going right now.
Okay, let's do it, boys.
This is solution.
Two.
Cheers.
One, cheers.
Cheers.
This time
It's defending the girls in the school. It is a you.
Marshall's here. Marshall, you missed the shot, but you already did 12 today, so that's okay. You're good.
Wait, Marshall, are you drinking?
No, I'm laying in my bed. I can't sleep, so I turned on Clubhouse.
Why can't you sleep? Oh, because you're on Clubhouse. That's why.
Yeah, that explains.
This isn't somnambulance, is it? Are you sleep talking?
No, he can't sleep because he hasn't been drinking.
That's the problem.
Marshall.
Oh, Marshall was tore up last night.
Oh, yeah.
I was more stoned than drunk, but was for sure.
Marshall, doesn't it say on your medication not to drink alcohol with this medication? Pretty sure it says that.
It says he shouldn't open his mouth.
I think
The lithium prescription, I'm pretty sure when they prescribe you lithium, they tell you not to drink with it.
Well, when my psychiatrist prescribed me the lithium and said that I would buy, I said, I'm not gay. And he said, no, buy's not gay. I said, well, if you buy, doesn't... Yeah, if you're bi, you're gay, right?
You suck a dick or get your dog's dick sucked by a guy that makes you gay.
Now I understand. Okay.
Why did he want to prescribe me lithium to be bi? I thought LGBTQ rights have put that type of discrimination in the past.
And is lithium a cure for gay?
Can you put lithium on French fries?
No, but you can put it on French toast.
I want freedom fries.
I want freedom fries with lithium for everybody.
I think you can boof it. If you boof it, it's a cure for gay, I think, is how it works.
Can you snort it?
So wait, if you take your lithium pills in the capsule form and then you boof it, that's putting it in your rectum, right?
Yeah. And I think that's what cures gay.
Can you put SSRIs up your ass and boof it, and will the bloodstream actually deliver the antidepressant, to the cortex?
Ask Marshall.
Marshall? Oh, he left.
Marshall would know.
Yeah, he went to boof it.
Is he boofing?
He's got to test it, and he can't be in the room because he's going to be making noises. So.
Isn't it funny how you can't go to sleep, so you come on Clubhouse to tell people you can't sleep because you're on Clubhouse?
Yeah, that's.
Maybe they go create a room called deep breathing and going to sleep and just ASMR NLP yourself into some ambulance.
It's like you going with a really ugly woman.
I usually host an alcoholics ASMR room, and I just do this. And then I do this.
Too ironic for the room, dude.
Do you think there was ever a subversive philosopher who started going to AA meetings to prove to people that they were just stupid and actually not alcoholics?
Probably.
That was Andy Kaufman, right?
Isn't it funny how people that go to AA, they all sit there and they have like a pity session and they all complain and then they go outside and smoke cigarettes together?
Yeah, that's weird. But hey, you never know. Somebody in here could be in recovery. Don't trigger anyone.
Oh, you got your 365th coin? Wow, you got a treasure chest. Should have read a book.
Yeah, I'm flushing it all down the toilet tonight.
Alistair, you know a little too much about it.
In the water supply.
Alistair, you know a little too much about 12-step. It's a little revealing.
Do you think you became gay from all the pharmaceuticals in the water, Maximilian?
No, it was the frogs that I fucked.
It's making the frogs gay.
Those frogs are sexy.
Yeah. I mean, you can't blame those sexy frogs.
Yeah, they're cool. They're more than bi. They're quad.
Do you think 80% of the population is Democrat because of all the lithium in the water supply?
That could be it. I don't know if it's 80%.
They also would add fluoride into them.
Fluoride, yeah. Do they add fluoride to the water in Tehran? Because we're going to talk to Kennedy about getting it.
I would have added it under my sink myself. There is
oh my God.
House.
Do you guys have contrails or chemtrails yet in Iraq besides all the bombing runs?
No, they're safe.
We are self-sufficient. No,
I thought Kennedy was said.
You guys suck my fucking dick down there.
12-step boy faggot.
Shut the fuck up.
The Jews can't control the weather over there yet.
You guys suck my fucking dick.
I bet you shut your fucking dirty Mexican fucking mouth now.
Shut your fucking mouth, bitch.
Fucking gay Corsican. Burrito eating fucking microwave faggot.
Half a kite, nigger, suck.
That's your mom.
This is really more in Tourette's room. I think Pepe's got Tourette's.
I can't get rid of birthright citizenship when we can send your mom back to Mexico.
Pepe, you went to University of Arizona, right? Hello?
Pepe, you should start the Tourette de France.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, cat got your mouth?
I just woke up.
So who thinks killing 100,000 Iranians, is just the beginning? Those are rookie numbers. That we need to take this war to the next level and get that, because the bigger the number, the less the impact. It's just a statistic, as Stalin taught us. So if we take out at least 1 to 3 million, then now we're starting to look at some law of large numbers.
Killing 100,000 Iranians is saving Iranians.
Right. It's just like an ant mound, and we're just trying to get the retinue, the drone bees, to get to the. I forgot, we already took out the queen bee, the Ayatollah. So now that we've taken out the queen bee, we just have to hit the worker drones that were supporting the queen bee, correct? The executive command.
Yes, we're very concerned about the Iranians. That's why we killed 100,000 Iranians over there. That's what's
thousands are not online again. You can check the online. It is not everything based on the outlets. check online the status of them.
What if you have like a cousin or an uncle in the IRGC, but you hate the IRGC? What's the,
He's not Persian, bro. I'm not taking this guy as a Persian guy, bro. I'm not letting Peter to be an Iranian person. Peter is an Afghan individual. Peter is Afghan, bro.
What's in an Amazon distribution facility for you?
Can you talk Farsi with him?
Yeah.
Leave Peter alone.
That's Peter, bro.
You guys need to stop.
Cool.
Stop. Yeah, Peter likes Bachi Bazi. You need to stop being mean to him.
Whoa.
And he's
Bachi. Peter دیدی باید بچه بازی کرد پپه آره
Pepe could be somebody's Bachabazi boy on here.
You're too old.
You're too old. What are you talking about? You sound like a little boy. That's what everybody keeps telling me in my YouTube lives. Who is this little boy talking? They say you sound like a juvenile child. That you're so unprofessional that you sound like a little boy. Like a child. They say, who is this Bachabazi boy kid? He keeps talking about stuff.
and they're like, he's like Anakin. He's too old.
He's an Afghan little gay boy. Right, Peter?
Corey, I think you're rejected.
Peter, at what age did you like Bachi Bazi?
Sorry, can you please repeat?
You like Bachi Bazi?
I don't know what this is.
He's saying that you are a pedo.
Okay, I think
Peter, are you Sharmuta?
Hey, Peter, so in Afghanistan, there are a lot of Afghani
Men that rape young boys and make them dance and dress like little girls.
tribal leaders over there like to rape little boys. I think that's what he's talking about.
Bachabazi just means dancing boys.
Basically, Afghani Netflix, you could say, Peter.
I had the water purifier under my sink.
Basically, Afghani Netflix.
Peter, when did you buy the fluoridator for your under sink fluoridator?
Peter, when you kiss the boys, do you kiss them with a closed mouth or open mouth?
You can't get it.
Peter, do you know the technical names of the shirts you're wearing? Are you aware that you're wearing a fleece underneath the jean jacket? Fuck myself. I was just wondering if that was a turtleneck protected fleece.
Peter,
Turtleneck, are we talking
Peter, how many
Do you
liters?
expect an outfit from an Afghan guy? Like a drip? No.
What is the problem with Afghanistan? You
like to suck a lot of Afghan dick. You sucked miles of
Sir, that's just.
What you
how
did,
we like it.
I'm sure about that.
You like it in your
Peter, how many penises have you sucked?
Peter, I got a question for you. If you're in the IRGC and you have a healthcare